They did it. Ohio State is your national champions, 34-23 over Notre Dame. The Buckeyes are back in the championship winner's circle. Dominant playoff performance. Got a little dicey there at the end, but Buckeyes put it away, 34-23. They are your national champions. What a season! What a ride! What a roller coaster! It's hard to believe we're kind of sitting at this point, given how low many in the fan base were coming off the Michigan loss, and now just less than 2 months later, another national championship for the Ohio State football program. Ryan Day silences the doubters. Jack Sawyer silences the doubters. Will Howard silences the doubt. Everyone silences the doubters. Buckeye Huddle silences the doubters. Welcome to the Buckeye Huddle postgame live show. Devin, can you believe it?
No, I cannot. What an incredible championship season. I mean, here we are. Ryan Day just made himself an immortal with this game. And that's as hyperbole as it gets. But in Ohio State fandom, he's done it. I mean, he's now the national championship head coach, Ryan Day. 10. Let's not get this loss. 10 years. 10 years later, from the 2014 first ever playoff run. So you want to talk about some parallels in history here. Both times they've done the playoff system. Now Ohio State's been the first ever national championship of the playoff era, and here they did it again. Coach Day brings them in, was the 8 seed, 7 seed, whatever, coming off. And we'll talk about this ad nauseum. Ben talked about ad nauseum. But there's going to be books, dissertations, doctoral thesis on whatever he did from the season finale to get his team together for this run is nothing short of incredible coaching job. And then obviously putting the culminating here, national championship 2024 Ohio State Buckeye season here.
Where do we start to even talk about this? Let's play this out. So they come out, everyone's picking Ohio State for the most part. I know, of course Desmond Howard didn't, but that's fine. Big favorites. Very few people picking Notre Dame. Notre Dame comes out and really punches them in the face on that opening drive. And I think a lot of people are thinking, okay, here we go. What's going to happen now? And what happened now was Ohio State ripped off 3 consecutive touchdown drives to finish the half, scoring all 3 times they had the football in the first half. And just the response, I think we've talked about this in the past, how different this team has responded really for most of the year. I mean, they've been a team in years past that maybe didn't always have the response at the right time, especially, in second halves or when games got tight or, when the opponent was maybe the first team to kind of strike physically. And this year's team just didn't seem to have that type of mentality. It was always kind of the next play, the next drive. And what do we need to do to kind of get this turned around? And it was just another kind of symbolism tonight with this team of we're not going to let one event, one play, one drive, one game define our season or, how this is going to go. And so I thought it was fitting that they did get punched in the face right off the bat. And then they responded by landing a few haymakers.
I think there's a couple comments here. One, we kind of talked about it. I already talked about it there. Whatever Coach Day did to get this team ready for the playoffs, that's going to be one book that's going to go on the bookshelf when he decides to write it. Number 2, and we talked about this during the playoff run here, this is one of the benefits you see of a really senior, veteran, older team. Guys who have been there and done that and felt these emotions before that come with playing tight competitive ball games, high risk ball games. I mean, they get any higher risk than it gets tonight. And when you have guys that know what to do in those moments, have been through those moments, have physically experienced those moments, you see how it pays off here in the ball game tonight. As an easy example, obviously. So again, just veteran team. Obviously, whatever Coach Day's done, needs to write a book on it because it's going to be a bestseller. Because, what a way to turn a team around and make the run he did to finish this season.
So much to go through. Will Howard, once again, super hot start. He's had a lot of hot starts in the playoffs. Again, this was not a team that started fast during the regular season, but these hot starts offensively in the playoffs are really just epic. Just the way, I think he completed his first his first 14 passes tonight that he completed? I know
it was something like 14 of 15 with a drop or something incredible like that going into halftime.
Yeah, and I know he was at least 11 for 11 at one point. So just a masterful start. I thought Chip Kelly seemed to have his fingers on the pulse too. They got themselves into some really nice stuff. The Jerimiyah Smith touchdown was a beautiful play design. This was, I think, what people were hoping that Ohio State would do. I know there was always this concern in the back of everyone's mind, like, are they going to get conservative? Are they going to go vanilla in the first? Are they going to let Notre Dame make this a 12-round fight? But they threw the ball all over the yard again there in the first half, and they were able to build a lead. But again, just Will Howard, just distributing the ball where it needs to go accurately, making sound decisions. This was a game that it felt like if Ohio State didn't just turn the ball over, like if Ohio State protected the football, that they were going to win this game. That's what they did. And just Will Howard's veteran presence was big tonight.
I think the thing is, if you go back and review and, just going off the top of my head here, thinking off the cuff, I don't remember him really forcing a ball either in terms of his decision-making. Did a really good job of going through his progression and finding the open guy, as simple as that sounds. He threaded the needle a few times against Texas, made some, big-time high-pressure throws there. But tonight was really just, hey, you know what? I'm going to take the throw that's there and then make my receivers go make some plays after the catch, which they did. And again, and as I'm sitting here talking about it, you got to go back and give the offensive line. I mean, you want to talk about the unsung heroes. Two catastrophic injuries to two, one a national award winner, one's potentially both potentially first-round draft picks this year, and to come together the way they did, and have the, again, here we are, national champion offensive line. You've got a guy in there at left guard who just made a second career start in Montgomery. I mean, just coming on strong at the absolute most critical moments of the season. And again, we're talking about Will and his decision making, but the offensive line doesn't perform the way they have performed during this run. There's no Will Howard performance to talk about.
Big night for Quinshon Judkins, through the air, on the ground. Just, his effort tonight was outstanding. The first touchdown run, that 9-yard touchdown run. I mean, that a lot of backs, it's a 2-yard run. Even most good backs, it's like a 7-yard run. And then he still gets through that final guy and is able to reach and keep his knees off the ground and get the ball across. Finding the open space for the touchdown in the passing game, and then the big home run that set up a short touchdown run by him also, I thought that was huge, because at that point, as dicey as things ended up maybe getting at the end, at that point, I think everyone was like, okay, this thing's pretty much done once Judkins was able to break that big run at the beginning of the second half. So he's my game ball guy tonight. And I just, again, what a way for him to kind of cap things off. He hasn't made any announcement yet. The assumption is he's going to the NFL, but if that's the case, what a way to end it for a guy who, again, I thought was slandered on his way out the door at Ole Miss. The things that were said about him, which, certainly none of that was true at Ohio State in terms of him being a locker room issue. And he fit in so perfectly with this team. It was such an advantage for them to have him and Henderson this year to keep fresh. You could see it again, fresh legs tonight from both of these guys. So I just thought it was fitting that Judkins, who again could have stayed at Ole Miss or went somewhere else and carried the ball, 300 times this year and put up the video game numbers, kind of wanted to come and be part of a winning, hopefully a winning national title team, and was able to do that and have maybe his biggest game of the year.
Great point too about all the decisions he could have made. Stay at Ole Miss, where he's the guy. He could have transferred literally anywhere in the country and been the guy to carry the ball as much as he wanted. And, we've talked about this during the course of the season. He made the conscientious decision to come to Ohio State, play for Coach Day, join a backfield with another, NFL caliber back there where they knew they were going to share the load going into it. And again, very unselfish play, obviously, paid off here. Biggest game of the year, biggest game of his season, arguably. And again, they talked about it during the broadcast, but how about TreVeyon Henderson having the humility to say, yeah, bring him in? I mean, this is a guy, 4-year starter off and on since he came to Ohio State as a true freshman. It's well documented that the injury, injury bug has bit him here and there. And again, like you said, just how explosive they both looked down this stretch and various points of this playoff run, both of them taking over games and various points of this playoff run. You saw the two-back system work to its finest and pay off down the home stretch of the season here.
And then Jerimiyah Smith, early touchdown, which was big for the Buckeyes. And then of course, sealing it at the end with the deep ball and getting behind the corner. And it was funny. I'm watching and I'm like, oh, they've got man coverage on him at the bottom of the screen. I said, they could get a freebie right now. And they didn't take it the first, maybe 2 times it was there. And then I think they got that timeout or that stoppage. And Ryan Day was just like, okay, enough of this. Let's take the shot. And it was there. And it was an easy pitch and catch, really. I mean, he ran right by the corner but just his impact as a true freshman. I guess there are parallels there in terms of Maurice Clarett. I mean, 20 some years ago, having that impact as a true freshman for the Buckeyes. And it's hard to put into words what his impact has meant for this team as just an early, a guy who really should have been, redshirting or on the bench this year of most 18-year-olds.
Again, just an incredible performance again. And being, make the comparisons to Clarett in terms of a go-to freshman. I don't think that gets talked about enough. Obviously had an incredible freshman season. He's demanded, and all the attention coverage-wise here. The last 2 games, obviously, huge impact in ball games. Obviously, in the first 2 playoff games, Tennessee and the Rose Bowl. But to be the guy as a true freshman, and especially with the history of wide receivers at Ohio State, Marvin Harrison Jr. wasn't the guy as a freshman. You go down the list. Garrett Wilson was not the guy as a freshman. Chris Olave had one huge game as a freshman. And it just goes back. I can't think, as far back as I could go, I cannot think of a freshman being the guy at Ohio State. And you saw it tonight in the clutch moments. I mean, obviously the first touchdown schemed up, a little orbit return motion, almost a little old school triple option look, beer option look there. And for the touchdown, schemed him wide open. And then in the moment of moments, hey, you know what? I don't even know what that play calls. You call that play call. Hey, Smith, go deep. Will, throw it really far. On 2, ready, break. And to come up with that huge play in the most critical of moments. I mean, just incredible performance by it. I think they said he just turned 19 years old, but again, true freshman, cemented his name already amongst the greats in Ohio State history.
Just a huge legacy game for these seniors. Despite winning, roughly 90% of their games, this was going to be a very complicated legacy if they didn't win a title. And just, you watch these guys and you see how close they are, and these guys all came back. I know they're, the NIL era, everyone's getting some money at this point, so it's not like everyone's coming back for free, but these guys, a lot of these guys could have went to the NFL, and you think their season has fallen apart on them, and to pick themselves back up and to get to where they are, it's hard to say enough good things about this senior class and how much they love really being part of this program here at Ohio State. I mean, I think it's been a long time since there's been a senior class that has truly embraced and loved what it means to play at Ohio State the way this group has.
You bring up a great point that doesn't get talked about enough. It's not that they just came back for their senior year. They stayed together for their senior year. A lot of these guys came back in the NIL era and probably collected bigger checks even. And these guys stuck together to finish what they had started, and I don't think anybody's a better representation of that, obviously Jack Sawyer and the, incredible performance he had during this playoff run. Obviously the scoop and score, which, made himself a legend there, as a perfect example of that. And again, it's a great point. If you don't have that tightness, that tight knit, they talked about in the broadcast, the infamous, I guess you could call it famous now, players only meeting after this season the regular season ended. Again, I talked about Coach Day. Coach Day needs to write a book for us on how to put a team together. But whatever was hashed out in there, again, talk about making a team come together tighter. Because you don't put on this performance that they went on and rolled through the playoffs like that if you don't have, Coach Tressel's talked about it, Coach Day's talked about it, Coach Myers talked about it. Playing for one another. You play hard for the guy next to you because you want that guy to play hard for you. And again, senior heavy class come back together. One more run at it. Just talk about making themselves, cementing their legacy. Is this number 9 now for the university? 10 years later, playoff run, just incredible performance by this national championship team.
Yeah, this wasn't easy for anybody as far as like the seniors, like Jack Sawyer, JT. These are guys who, took some criticisms throughout the years. Cody Simon had injuries. There were times that people wanted him benched earlier in his career as well. Like these are guys. This was not smooth sailing. Like the adversity these guys overcame personally, as a team, as a group. They have to have extra layers of skin by now. I would think really a tough group of kids. And that's why we talked about, we talked about this all year. You don't need anyone to tell you you're tough to be tough. And I think, again, actions speak louder than words. I think the things they did, the things they showed people on the field down the stretch showed that this is a tough team, a tough program. And this is not a soft program. It's not a country club, as people were saying. There was nothing country club about what they did this last 2 months.
Again, I was thinking about this earlier. Kind of take two different conversations here in one. And we've talked about this before. They went through a decade worth of marquee non-conference matchups in this playoff run. Tennessee, Oregon in the Rose Bowl. I mean, again, same conference now, whatever, but that's a classic Rose Bowl, Big Ten, Pac-10 bowl game. Went out, dominated that. Then you go on and play Texas in the Cotton Bowl. And again, in Dallas, no less. Might as well call it. Everyone said it was a home game for Texas. You run through that, and then to finish it off, you have to face Notre Dame again. And Notre Dame, you want to talk about exercising your demons. If you want to talk about a team that most resembled the team they've struggled with to play in the championship game, Notre Dame's built like that. And they went toe-to-toe and ran through this style of team that they were supposedly supposed to not be successful against because they're not tough, because they play air raid football. and they're not built to play that style of ball game that Notre Dame wants to play. And from 3/4 of the ball game they dominated. And again, got to give credit to Notre Dame for the comeback they made to make it a ball game down the stretch. But again, for Ohio State to go out and exercise that demon of playing that smash mouth team and beating them, just another demon exercise this season.
It's just it's like I said, it's the ultimate legacy game. It's the ultimate legacy game for these seniors. It's the ultimate legacy game for Ryan Day. My goodness, people were trying to run him out of town 2 months ago. Now he's got as many national championships as Urban Meyer and Jim Tressel had. He's got his national championship. Really almost entirely of his creation in terms of the roster. This is a huge legacy game for Day. People were comparing him to Larry Coker. Like, I've always felt this was more of a Kirby Smart deal of, if you just continue to put yourself in these situations, you will break through. And that's kind of how Kirby Smart had to do it. And that's how Ryan Day is doing it. And it looks, looks like we got Marcus Freeman and Riley Leonard in the Notre Dame post.
Coach, when you're ready.
Yep, we'll go there.
Yeah. Obviously tough moment, tough outcome. There's reasons why we didn't get the outcome we wanted. Credit to Ohio State and their ability to execute and on both sides of the ball. And, obviously in the special teams, they made a field goal that mattered at the end of the game. And so, we obviously didn't play the way we needed to get the outcome we want. But as I said to the guys in the locker room, there's not many words to say when everybody's hurting. I'm just proud of them. I'm proud of what they've done. I'm proud of who they are, the way they represent themselves. And it's just an honor to be on this journey with them. I mean, there's going to be a lot of guys, seniors, that this was their final game with Notre Dame football. But they've left this place a better place. And very grateful to be on the journey with them. So again,
Jack, come on up and join us. We'll go ahead and start our questions. Please let us get you a mic, and we'll take as many as we can. We're going to start right over here in the third row, slightly off to our left.
Coach, to your left, their ability to slow the Riley Leonard-led running game after that first drive, were there adjustments they made? Was there something you guys could do to counter that?
No, we couldn't run Riley every play. It's not right for Riley, and it's not going to sustain the success we needed offensively. And, we ran him a whole bunch that first series. And you look at the second series, we had 2 penalties, which ended up forcing us to punt. And in the third series, we had the miscommunication with the muff snap, and that's the end of the half. And so I think more than anything, it was 2 series after the first one. We didn't execute, and we had some self-inflicted wound that we have to clean up. Second half, we drove the ball. I thought we did a good job, with some tough situations. But we can't run Riley every single play, and that's not what the formula for success is.
Follow-up, Jaden Greathouse's last 2 games, he's shown great growth from the regular season. What did you find in him, and what did Riley find in him in the second half?
I think there was a confidence and connection between Riley and him. But as I said this before, production doesn't always reflect performance. It doesn't. Production is something that is a result of doing your job and the quarterback making a decision to throw you the ball and the offensive play that calls for it. But JG has been playing great all season long. Now just he's having some production to go along with how he's been playing.
We're going to check our next question from over here by me in the first row on the far left.
Marcus, you have an opportunity at the end in third down to maybe get the ball back and try to go score. What was the look there? I know you guys brought some pressure, and obviously it was a difficult assignment there for Quinshon to cover Jerimiyah. What did you see there?
Yeah, it was do or die. It was that type of down. And, if they run it, and they get a first down, we got to get them stopped. And we thought at that moment the best way to get them stopped is to run zero pressure. And you know what? Like, we have to have faith at some point that we can make a play. And there was times in the second half that we did in man coverage, but he's a heck of a player. He's difficult to cover. You want to play zone, and they'll find ways to pick you apart. You want to play man, they find ways to get him the ball. And so it's a talented offense. But that's that situation right there.
Fourth row here on our left.
Tyler Horka, Blue and Gold Illustrated, right here, Marcus. On 4th and goal, how tough was the decision to maybe go for it there or kick the field goal, and what was the thought process?
Yeah, I think it was 4th and 9 or 10, and I just thought, instead of being down 16, let's try to go down 13. And I know it's still a 2-score game, but you have a better probability of getting 14 points than you do 16 points. And so if it was a shorter fourth and goal situation, I probably would have gone for it, but I just felt 4th and 9 was not a great chance for us to make that. And, and decided to kick it, and we didn't make it.
On the aisle right here.
Heather Dinich with ESPN. For Marcus and Riley, what did you both learn about the program this season, both looking back from where you came to get here and also looking forward about what you might be in position to do?
Riley, go ahead.
Before I answer your question, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for giving me the opportunity to play in this game. I wrote on my hand Proverbs 27:17. As iron sharpens irons, so should one man sharpen another. And I think, like I said throughout the week, us and Ohio State were the two teams who praised Jesus Christ the most, and I think that we strengthened each other in our faith through coming to this game and competing against each other. So I'm happy to see godly men come out on top, no matter what the circumstances. I'm very, happy to praise Jesus in the lowest of lows as well. I think as far as this program goes, we've learned a lot. We've been through ups and downs. I've been through ups and downs. I don't even recognize the person I was before I got to Notre Dame. And it's all credit to these guys beside me and everybody else in the locker room.
Coach Freeman.
Yeah, I'm tremendously grateful for what Riley and these guys have done for our program. And, week 2, it was a rough outlook, right? You go from the highest of highs to lowest of lows. And, the reality is we all had a little bit of doubt, but we all chose to work, and we all chose to trust each other and choose to love each other and be selfless and put the team in front of ourselves. And they did it every week. And you still had to trust beyond knowing if your work was going to get you the result that you wanted. And they continue to do it. And they put this program in a position to play for a national championship. And we didn't get it done, and it hurts. And my job is to figure out why, and I will. But I told these guys they've left this program better. I don't care if you're here for 1 year or you've been here for 6 years. Our program is in a better place because of the examples these two have set, and many other leaders in that locker room. So the outlook of Notre Dame football is extremely high. As long as the people in that locker room that come back understand what it takes, the work these guys have put in, there's a lot of success in our future.
Gonna move over here to the second row on the left.
Tyler James, Infinity Sports. For Riley, there was a report that you were puking after the first drive. What were you feeling after that first drive? Was that just exhaustion, or have you been sick?
No, I just landed on the ball. Funny a couple of times. Wasn't feeling sick. Felt fine. Just landed on the ball. Felt a little awkward. No problem at all for me.
We're gonna come right over here, third row in the middle.
Pete Sampson with the Athletic. Jack, I've asked you 70 games at Notre Dame. Could you speak to how you feel like you're leaving the program better than how you found it, and just sort of what this place has meant to you over the 6 seasons?
I think when you look at the 6 years I've been here, What I remember is the people. From when I was a small, underclassman, just trying to learn the ways, looking at a Drew White, a Bo Bauer, to being a guy, running with my boys and JD and Maris, and then this year coming back and feeling like I had a chip on my shoulder and getting to meet, amazing guys like Riley coming in and just kind of go on the journey we went on. And to have Coach Freeman, yeah, it's about the people. It's the people that's made this place different, and it just shows where this program's heading. The people in this building are the best, absolute best.
Right in the middle on the left.
Jay Busby, Yahoo Sports. Riley, in addition to falling on the ball that first drive, could you take us through it from your perspective, from starting out to getting into the end zone?
Yeah, I think the best thing we did on that drive was just stay above the chains. I mean, you see the next 3 drives after that, penalties and miscommunications, and all that stuff's on me. That first drive, we just came out and played Notre Dame football. Took advantage of our matchups when we had to. We just drove the ball down the field, used me to run the ball a little bit. We used the running backs to run the ball. Everything was just clicking. And then, the next couple of drives, maybe I got relaxed a little bit, and I can't let that happen. And I apologize to everybody the way that I played after that drive in the second quarter, because it's unacceptable. And these are things that aren't necessarily physical, but just like the mental side of things that I can't make certain mistakes. But I just got to live with that and respond, and that's kind of what the message was at halftime. Like, got nothing else to lose. It's the last game, no matter what. Might as well go out there and sling the rock and trust your guys.
Come back, stay same side.
Christy Freud, USA Today. Riley, you've grown so much since you were a dark horse at Duke. How do you feel like you flipped your narrative and then just improved as an overall passer?
Yeah, I'll start with just like the guys around me. Like, it's very easy to be a successful quarterback when, first and foremost, your coaches are just setting you up for success. I've never been so prepared in my life. I've just learned so much within this past year. And then the guys up front, like, I'll start with the offensive line. These guys, like, from the day I got here, I kind of understood like how special they were. And the O-line, and then the wideouts as well. Like, every single one of those guys, you look at our offense, and a lot of people want to describe us as a rushing offense, and I'm, probably labeled as a rushing quarterback sometimes, but these guys don't budge. They do their job. They smile. They're all about team glory, and when their time comes, they always make plays for me. In the backfield with Jay Love and all those guys. I mean, how could I not become a better player on the field? And then off the field, I mean, you could walk into that locker room, and every single one of those people, you're going to leave impressed by if you just had a simple conversation with them. I mean, the character of this place is kind of hard to describe, and I think I've grown so much just because of the people around me.
We have time for 2 more. Take our first one over here from Pete.
Marcus, I was curious, from the end of the first touchdown drive to maybe the strip of Egbuka, like, do you feel like you guys got out of character in any way? I don't know if that's how you would phrase it, or is it something Ohio State did to just sort of, put you on your heels or make you play outside your comfort zone?
Yeah, I mean, there was some things on both sides of the ball that we don't normally do, and some communication mistakes, self-inflicted wounds that we haven't been doing past few weeks. You're always making mistakes, but those type of detrimental mistakes when you play a really, really good football team cost you points. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that has stuck out to me, even, in between series of communication. Hey, we're good. We got it. Well, we can't make mistakes. And so it falls on my shoulders. And, as the head coach, we have to prepare and be better prepared for this moment. These guys gave everything they got. And you sit up here and you listen to these 2 guys speak, and the passion they have for Notre Dame and each other in that locker room. I mean, I'm just sitting here listening like this is one of the greatest gifts in life, is to be able to be the leader of this program, because you have great young people like this that share the blame when you have, to share the success when you win, and own the blame when you lose. But I'm better because of them. But we just have to be better. Again, I got to make sure we prepare better for this next opportunity that we have in the future.
Last question right over here to our right.
Charles Odom with the Associated Press. Riley, one more about that opening drive, if I could. I think you just referenced you ran the ball a little bit, but you had 9 carries on that drive, and that's half of your top total for a full game this season. Did that take something out of you, or did a long drive by Ohio State give you a chance to recoup and recover?
Yeah, I mean, Coach Free's always about reload and, worry about the next play. So I didn't even know it was 9. If you asked me, I probably would have said it was like 3 or 4. Like, if Coach wants to call my number and have me run the ball every single play, I got no problem with it. Like, you see me kind of put my body on the line for this team over and over again. So, like, whether I'm running the ball, passing the ball, it doesn't matter. I'm going to do everything I can to help the team win and, hit a little lull there in the first half. But like I said, I got to live with it.
That concludes the press conference with Notre Dame. Thanks to each of you.
All right, that was Notre Dame's
Sounds like Notre
postgame.
Dame's
We will obviously have Ohio State's postgame when that comes out. Devin, obviously tough loss for that program. They've just not been able to break through since 1988. I think their last national championship. They've been on this similar stage quite often, just not able to break through. But it certainly feels like, Marcus Freeman's gonna have these guys in this playoff conversation on a yearly basis moving forward.
A couple takeaways from Coach Freeman's press conference, especially, if you want to study coaching and leadership. There's a reason why you're seeing his name brought up in NFL circles. He's a leader. He's building a program, building a team, making it better than it was when he got the job. Again, you got to give him all the credit too for taking his team to the national championship. And when things looked bleak for them in the game tonight, they battled back and made it a 4-quarter ball game when it looked to be all said and done for them. 2, obviously, you see, again, we talked about culture of Ohio State's team. Obviously, saw the emotion from Riley Leonard. I mean, that's another guy that's only been there a year, and you see, obviously, what Coach Freeman and the Notre Dame program has meant to him. So, again, you just can take those away from, 2 easy takeaways from what Marcus Freeman, the job he's done in a short time as the head football coach at Notre Dame. And the second point I'll make is something you brought up a couple of times now, in this new era of college football playoff. There's always kind of been a unofficial official rivalry, if you will, between Ohio State and Notre Dame. The two, if you will, I talked about this week, Kings of the North, if you will, in the history of college football. This is recruiting battles, obviously, every year, as you know better than anybody. Recruiting battles that between Ohio State and Notre Dame, especially for the Midwest kids. Notre Dame's a team that potentially is going to become that playoff rival that you have discussed for Ohio State in the years to come, because there's no reason to think that Notre Dame's not going to be right back in the thick of it again next year.
Welcome in Michael Pettit, who's joining us here. Just your thoughts on what you saw tonight and Ohio State finishing the job.
Yeah, so I don't know if either of you guys remember Urban Meyer's last game at Ohio State, the Rose Bowl against Washington, where Ohio State was kind of in control, went in a half with a decent lead, came out, scored again, improved the lead. Then as the game went on, they just kind of did everything possible to let Washington back in the game. I don't know if you guys remember that game much, but I was really getting the same vibe from this game tonight. I mean, there was a lot of because, of course, as Ohio State fans, we, of course, have to complain even when we win national championships. So I'm going to start with that. I think that I think there was a few really questionable play calls, namely by the offense. I could go through them. I mean, the 2nd and 7 call to pass the ball when Fryer got called for holding, I just thought we were kind of gashing them on the ground. and it was starting to get time to, like, I know it was a little early, but it was kind of starting to get time to burn some clock. And that holding call was, and they didn't. And then the 3rd and 3 when they could have put the game away, I was like, even if you run the ball and you don't get it, you burn another 40 seconds off the clock. So you got to run the ball there. And then, of course, on the last drive, when they were having a lot of success running QB power with Howard, obviously. But then in the last drive, when, you have TreVeyon Henderson and Quinshon Judkins, probably the 2 best blocking running backs in the entire country. But instead, you put Patrick Gurd next to Will Howard, who is not a threat to maybe, take a handoff. So you're kind of tipping the defense off to what they do. So I thought there was a lot of really, poor coaching decisions in the second half. But all in all, I mean, I think that, again, we can't sit here and complain. I think that, as you said on Twitter, people wanting to fire the coach with the best winning percentage in the country was a historically bad take. And I've always kind of agreed with that. I also think people underestimate how much different it is now with the portal. When you fire a coach, how everyone can just leave and, people overreact. But no, as far as tonight goes as well, defensively, I'll be interested to watch the All-22 film to kind of see what they were doing in the second half. It's hard to tell live on the, broadcast angle. And also, sometimes when I'm watching these games live and they're intense, I can start watching more as like a fan instead of an analyst, I guess you could say. But in the first half, I don't know, Devin, I'm sure you noticed this. They were running a lot of A-gap creepers tonight, which we hadn't seen since early in the year, but they kind of brought them back tonight, even had some success with them. And then I'll be interested to see kind of what they did in the second half defensively that kind of led to some of the breakdowns. It looked to me like they might have been going with some more cover one stuff, but I'll be interested to see.
Yeah, that's a great observation on the second half, and that'll again be a much more that'll be a really fun study. With the outcome of the ball game already known, but it did seem like knee-jerk reaction. I agree with you that Coach Knowles liked some of the matchups in the secondary and saw a lot more man than they've probably seen Ohio State run in the second half of the season. It seems like Notre Dame's big pass touchdown. They came on the broken tackles. That was a cover one man-to-man coverage there. It looked like, again, could be wrong, when I go back and review, but it looked that was just man-to-man, and player A made a better play than player B and broke another tackle for a touchdown. So curious to see what they saw, what they thought they were going to get that brought about the decision to play that much more man in the second half of the championship game.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a season of adjustments and chess matches and everything else. We saw so many different versions. It feels like we saw so many different versions of this team, like in one season. To see this many different versions of a team was quite a ride, quite a fascinating season to cover for sure. We're going to bring in Garrett C right here, but before I do that, let's thank our sponsor, Grateful Griddle. Grateful Griddle is a Central Ohio food truck and catering business. It's here to take your events to the next level, whether it's a wedding, corporate event, birthday party. Columbus Food Truck Catering Service serves up mouthwatering smash burgers, customizable menus, and unbeatable service. Grateful Griddle 08.com, and let them handle the flavor while you enjoy the fun. Also, Buckeye-owned business, Buckeye-run business, which we love to partner with. So thank you to Grateful Griddle for their sponsorship of our national championship coverage here the last few days. Garrett Seawright is with us as well. The whole crew is here. We have everyone. Where's Ross? But Garrett, let's bring you in. Just give us your thoughts on what you saw tonight and just how this playoff run has felt for you watching it from your perspective. Do we have him?
Oh, hey.
There we go.
Yes. So sorry that I'm just now hopping in. I appreciate you guys having me. I think the one thing that, and I don't know, maybe you guys have discussed this thus far, but I was really big after the Michigan game that if your biggest knock against Ryan Day is that he hasn't gotten over the top of the mountain, that he hasn't gotten to the top of the mountain and planted the Ohio State flag, that it was logical that Ohio State was going to get there. And I got some pushback there. that the couple of days I released a podcast that said, hey, here is why Ohio State won't fire Ryan Day, and here's why they shouldn't fire Ryan Day. And the last 4 games have been kind of the exhibit A of like, this is why you don't fire Ryan Day. You have to learn sometimes on the job, and sometimes that's difficult and not fun to deal with. But this is why you don't make that rash decision. You guys talked about the kind of different teams we've seen. That touchdown pass to Jerimiyah Smith. I was watching the game with a group of friends. Like, well, where has that been all season? You pull it out in the biggest moments. You pull it out when you need it the most. And so to see plays like that, those are the reasons why you keep a guy like Ryan Day as your head coach. It is, I understand the frustration at the time, but I don't think that there are many people who today can pound the table and say, this guy's not going to get it done. This guy's not the guy to lead our program. We can do better. All of that stuff is out the window because, as you mentioned, Ohio State left no doubt. Now, it got dicey there at the end. Michael, I agree with you. There was some almost like coaching malpractice at the end that had you puckered up to the point of, I don't know, man. I don't feel good right now. But despite all of that, Ohio State gets it done, and it's such a great feeling of at first kind of like initial relief, right? Like when you are the favorite and everybody believes that you're the team that should get it done, that should be the ones to dominate the game. And then after that, you get to the joy, and the joy is the fun part right now. And so it's a fun evening. I had said, maybe I'll stay up till midnight or 1:30. Like I don't know when I'm going to bed now because it just feels so damn good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. He's the leading active winning percentage among college coaches. So to me, it's always been kind of a simple math question. He wins at a higher clip than every other coach that's currently active in college football. So eventually, if he continues to win at the clip he's winning at, there's like zero chance they don't win a national championship. You can't win 90% of your games almost and not eventually win a national championship. It's
right.
It's just a simple math problem at that point. And so, I get it. Losing to Michigan around here doesn't fly, but he's, again, like I've said, he's now won as many national championships as Jim Tressel did at Ohio State. He's now won as many national championships as Urban Meyer did at Ohio State. So, and this is a roster that's, set up well for the future. The recruiting has been excellent, and I think they've done a good job. I think they've managed the portal about as well as any team in the country in terms of they seem to really zone in on 4 or 5 little needs that they have, and they go really aggressive with those 4 or 5 needs. They don't hire 30 new mercenaries every year. They don't do the Dabo thing and act like it doesn't exist. I think they have threaded the needle in the portal, and so there's no reason this can't continue. There's no reason that Ohio State can't continue to win games at this level. The Big Ten is going to be really tough moving forward. It's been a tough league recently anyway, but obviously adding Oregon into this is going to be a thing. But look, this is now kind of an NFL setup. You do enough during the regular season to make sure you're in the dance, and then once you're in the dance, anything can happen. I mean, gosh, we got the Washington Commanders in the NFC Championship game. So, just get yourself in, keep giving yourself these opportunities, and eventually you break through. And a lot of times when these guys break through, whether it's Kirby Smart, whether it's in basketball, if you look at someone like Jay Wright, they get these labels of, they're never going to win the championship, and then they get that first one, and then they win another one. It's like you just have to break through.
Well, you mentioned, Mark, the Ohio State has managed the portal really well. I think Ohio State managed the 12-game playoff really well, in that one of the frustrations from fans sometimes can be, I wish we went faster. I wish we had more plays. I wish we had more cracks at the ball. Well, when you are setting up for, we're going to play 16 games. We're not going to play 12 games. The goal is to be in the national championship game. You have to manage snaps. You have to put guys on the field sometimes that are going to earn some playing time just to save a couple of plays per game so that your guys are the freshest guys when it matters most. Because while like I firmly believe that like Ohio State's best offensive packages are probably with 4 wide receivers instead of 2 tight ends or a tight end on the field. But you can't just play wide open 4 wide receivers. We're going to chuck the ball all around all of the time. And so when you get to a game like this at the national championship, where you should expect the players to be somewhat gassed, somewhat worn down, because they've been doing this for a really long time with minimal breaks. Ohio State has, like, in the game against Oregon in the Rose Bowl, they ran 57 plays. Like, it's not, they are not just putting unnecessary wear and tear. There's like in racing, it's the idea of who can go the fastest, the slowest, because you don't want to beat up your equipment. And I think football can be somewhat in that vein of you don't want to put unnecessary strain on your equipment. And the equipment is the guys who are going to lead you to a title. And so I think Ryan Day deserves a lot of credit in that aspect, as well as managing a 12-team playoff that's going to be, instead of 2 games to win a title, they played 4 games to win a title. And I don't know that Ohio State tonight ever looked like they were gassed or really gashed, where after the, they talk about Riley Leonard's puking after the first drive. I don't know that you saw any of that from the Buckeyes from a personnel standpoint.
Yeah, and like Devin and I have talked all year about how fresh the running backs looked every week. I mean, this is the only year that TreVeyon Henderson looked fresh from start to finish.
Yeah.
He didn't get injured. It just, every game, it's like, oh, is this the season opener? Look how fresh these legs are for these running backs. And the same thing, I credit to Larry Johnson. I was on him the last couple of years. I didn't think he rotated enough on the defensive line. He did it again tonight, like right away. Kenyatta Jackson in the game, Cade McDonald in the game, like getting those guys in. And Kenyatta Jackson had I thought, an impactful performance tonight. He was noticeable. I thought he had a really good playoff run, and it looks good for him next year. The table is set for him next year. It's going to be up to him, but the table is set for him next year to kind of ascend toward, being a star player in the Big Ten. And I know, Michael, you wanted to talk about Kenyatta Jackson a little bit.
Yeah, well, more to your point, I'm sure a lot of us have noticed this, but one of the defensive line rotation strategies that Larry Johnson implemented this playoff was that whenever the other team subbed, at least one defensive line sub was made. And you can go back and see that the very first play of the Tennessee game, Tennessee runs a play, and then they sub for their second play. So all of a sudden, JT's out of the game and Kenyatta Jackson's in the game. And at the time, because, we hadn't seen that before, I'm like, oh, no, is JT hurt already? But then you start to kind of see that, they had that rotation strategy. But yeah, Kenyatta Jackson turned a corner really, I think, around the Nebraska or the Penn State game, and looking really good. Definitely asserted himself ahead of, the DNs who were behind him. Like, I definitely put him on a level higher than Caden Curry without a doubt, and I'm looking forward to him next year.
Yeah, they got a good looking duo next year coming back as well. We are still waiting on the Ohio State post game. It sounds like that's happening soon. Obviously, we'll get Ryan Day. We are supposed to get Cody Simon and Will Howard as well. So we will be throwing to that as soon as that gets rolling here. Probably a little extra celebration. I think the gap widens in the national championship game between visitor and or runner up and champion availability. I think a lot of times Ohio State's out there. Okay, let's get to the bus. Let's get out of here. Right. I don't think they're feeling like that right now, Devin. I think they're probably having a little fun in the locker room. So, go ahead. I'm sorry, Devin. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought we were getting ready to jump up there. I'm sorry. I didn't want to jump in there for cutting, but no, just once in a lifetime opportunity experience here. So why rush it? I mean, period, point blank. I mean, you just won the biggest prize in the sport you play. So take your time, enjoy it, soak it all in. Why rush? I was fortunate enough to be there as a high school football coach, win the state championship some years ago now, and again, just an incredible experience to be the absolute best. My old head coach said that only one team there's only one team that ends the year on a win, and Ohio State's that team this year. So again, just an incredible experience. I know mine was at the high school level, but win a championship nonetheless, hard to do. Incredibly hard to do. Obviously, it's been 10 years in between Ohio State championships, and it was 12 before that. Before that, it was 32 or 34. So again, just soak it all in. Why rush? Media's not going anywhere. They got to cover your press conference anyway, so they're waiting on them. So enjoy it.
And that's kind of the new reality of college football is, it used to be like Ohio State could maybe, if they would end the regular season in a disappointing way, they could go win the Rose Bowl, or they could go win the Sugar Bowl, or they could, do something. And now it's like, well, nope, you're going to have to win the whole thing, or you're going to lose that last one. But here we go. Buckeyes headed to the podium.
A little accident on that. Accident. It's fine. We're good.
We are now joined by Ohio State head coach Ryan Day with the most outstanding offensive player, Will Howard, and the most outstanding defensive player, Cody Simon. Following an opening statement from Coach, we will take questions when you're ready.
Yeah, I was looking down at this. I just can't say enough about our guys and what they've overcome to get to this point, and they now have something to show for it. And I thought Notre Dame had a great season, and I think Marcus does a great job, and they have a very, very good team and had a really good game plan. That first drive went right down the field, and I thought we responded in a big way. Never flinched. And I think, again, if you think about the run we've gone on here in the playoffs, a big part of the way we've responded coming off the end of the season, but then even, the way the Texas game went and the way we responded early in that first quarter. And then even, in the second half, just continuing fighting the momentum because, Notre Dame was fighting to get it back. And we just kept swinging and got a huge stop there on fourth down on defense, got the missed field goal, kept swinging, kept playing. And I give this guy a lot of credit right here, Will Howard. I think he ran the ball 16 times in the game. We knew it was going to be that way. It was the last game we had, so we were going to let out all the bullets, and he really put the team on his back and obviously delivered the huge third down conversion, which sealed the game. But we just felt like in this game, the number one goal was to win. And that's where it started for on offense, defense, and special teams, find a way to win the game. And then that's what we did here in the playoffs. And now the stories of these guys will be told because they've cemented themselves in Ohio State history, the 9th national champ and the 3rd really in the last 50 years. There's been some great teams in the last 50 some odd years at Ohio State. Great teams, great players. Only 3 have been national champs, and these guys are one of them.
We'll go ahead and start questions. We're going to start over here on our left.
This one's for Will. Coach Day talked about your rushing performance, but you're 13 of your first 13 in the game. Could you just talk about the rhythm of those first 13 throws and your rhythm throughout the game, including that big one at the end to seal the deal to Smith?
Yeah, coming into this season, I think something that Coach Day and Coach Kelly and Billy really emphasized to me was completions. Get completions, take completions. There was a couple times early where maybe I had to check it down or maybe it wasn't, perfectly how it's drawn up, but you want to, just keep the ball moving, and stay on schedule. And it may not always be pretty. You may have to go pick it up with your legs. But I got to give all the credit to my guys, my O-line giving me time and those guys, the receivers. We got the best receiver room in the country and it's not even close. And the running backs did a hell of a job, man. And everybody, really stepped up when they needed it.
Okay, we're going to come over here to our left on the aisle.
Ryan, you've talked all year about the idea over here. You talked all year about this idea of leaving no doubt. And obviously the last 4 years haven't always been pretty for you. As you're realizing in real time that you're about to win a national championship and join some of the legends at Ohio State, what's going through your head as you kind of look back on the journey to get here?
That, God made it hard for a reason. And you just never know what's in your path along the way, but this game can give you the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. It can take you to your knees some days as a player and as a coach. And I've been there before. And, for all those coaches or people who, are, on a journey to what they're looking to accomplish, if they're trying to achieve greatness, you're trying to become national champs in the most competitive environment there is in the entire world. I mean, there's nothing more competitive than college football, in my opinion. And it's going to be hard, and there's going to be things you'll learn along the way. But if you surround yourself with great people, you're resilient, and you believe in the guys around you, and you just keep fighting and keep putting one foot in front of the other, you give yourself another chance. And that's really what it was. And you think, back we were in the stadium last time, and I couldn't quite come to grips for a while with, why we just didn't quite finish that game against Georgia. But I understand now. It all makes sense. And here we are, and I couldn't feel better.
Over here to our right.
Chrissy Freud, USA Today. Will you play lights out down the stretch? How do you stay mentally steady as a quarterback through that? That's so important to the position. And then, Ryan, what have you seen from Will and his development at Ohio State since he came over from Kansas State?
Speaking to that, I feel like, it can be a lot. The lights are bright. It's a spectacle, and the TV timeouts are like 4 minutes long, and feels like everything's kind of a show a little bit. But you have to block all that out. We talked about that all week. Eliminate all the distractions. Don't listen to any of the outside noise. Just finish the job. And when you get into big games like this, whoever is able to, have the poise and the noise and be able to, overcome adversity, because it wasn't always pretty today. It wasn't always perfect. And it's never going to be. But I think we, the team that we have and the leadership that we have with Coach Day, I mean, just the resilience that this team has shown all year. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, and it started with me when I first met Will. I just saw something in him, a football IQ, intelligence. I saw him play, on film at Kansas State and win championships and win big games and be able to make an impact with his feet, but also, throw with accuracy and anticipate throws. And those are things that, are hard to find. And then you see a guy, you meet him, and is just football IQ and maturity is what kind of captured me. And, I had a feeling that we would be in a situation like this where we needed his feet to go win a game, and it's exactly what happened in this game. But what I didn't know was how special his leadership is and his resilience and his positive mindset. It's something I learned a lot about. I learned from these guys all the time. I've learned a lot from Cody Simon since he's been here, and I've learned a lot from this guy in 1 year. I've told stories about some different times in practice when he has such a positive mindset around the players. And we decided to go in the huddle this year for the first time since I've been at Ohio State, because we knew the season was going to be long and we wanted to be fresh. And I felt like we were fresh in the playoffs. And I think that had a big part to do with it. But what we didn't understand along the way was the impact that he was going to have, and the offensive line was going to come together, and the offense was going to come together because there's 11 guys in a huddle breaking the huddle together. Like even in walkthroughs, when we break the huddle together, it was just a Christmas to it that they were together on, that I think made the difference to these guys on offense. But I also just want to make sure that we recognize how hard the defense played in this game and how great they've been throughout the season. And this guy's one of the great leaders that I've been around, Cody Simon. And I think Jim Knowles and our defensive staff deserve a tremendous amount of credit, not only for the game plan that they put together, but also just throughout the season, just how they've taught technique, how they built confidence in our defense, because they've been lights out through the entire playoffs.
Stay over here on our right-hand side.
Bill Rabinowitz, Columbus Dispatch. For Ryan, but also the players, ever since Denzel Burke said in March, natty or bust, and you guys embraced that. The pressure on you guys has been immense, especially after the Michigan loss. How did you handle that, get through it? Did that galvanize you? And Ryan, what does it mean to win a national championship? And if I could ask you, why did you make the play call, the call for Jerimiyah on the last one?
You guys can talk about, what it's been like this season. And go ahead, you guys can hit that, and I'll follow up.
Yeah, no, when we went into the season, we knew that we had a lot of chips in the pot, and we had the expectations were really high. But I think the biggest thing that came down to this season was just the every day, just stacking each day one on top of the other. I think you guys heard about like the foundation and how we're building bricks every single practice. I think that was probably one of the biggest things that really brought together this team to get to this level, because you go through camp, you go through the season, and each day it kind of molds together. But you can look back and you see the foundation you've been building. And I mean, we knew that the end goal was to win this game, and we knew that our foundation was meant to survive for this game. And so I just appreciate that all the guys were up for the challenge, and then we all stuck together, because there was times where we could have really frayed apart. And but I'm so proud of all the guys on our team.
Yeah, and I think that this playoff system allowed our team to learn and grow and build. And you can say whatever you want about people talk a lot about how much money guys were making in NIL and different things like that. Like that was just because NIL was available. And the majority of our team came back. These guys have been here for a long time. Certainly, Will was a huge addition. Caleb was a huge addition. Don't get me wrong, but when you hear that number, like, that doesn't mean a whole lot, other than the fact that the market value for our guys in Columbus and Ohio State is pretty high. That's really what it means. And so when that got tagged on us early, yeah, there was a lot of pressure put on our players, and but that's nothing new at Ohio State. I think the difference is that we finished the season the right way, and we grew, we built, and we responded to tough times. And man, isn't that what life's all about? And these guys learned a bunch of life lessons, but they're going to go down in Ohio State history as some of one of the greatest teams to ever play at Ohio State. After all the things that have been said throughout the year, these guys are going to be cemented as one of the best stories in Ohio State history and one of the best football teams ever. Only 9 teams have ever done it, and 3 in the over 50 years. These guys right here. And there was a point where not a lot of people had that vision, but these guys did, and they saw it through. And Ohio State may not be for everybody, but it's for these guys, and I'm really proud of them.
Okay.
Jerimiyah play? Yeah. I wanted to call it sooner, but the guys were talking to me about running the clock down, which I was good with because it was the right thing to do. I think there was a point there where we mismanaged it a little bit and we snapped it a little bit too soon.
That was on me.
No, it wasn't. We could have communicated it better to Will. We should have snapped that at like 2 seconds, but we did not communicate that well to Will coming out of the huddle. So that's on us. That's on the coaches. So I was upset about that. But I thought overall the game was called tremendously. I thought the game plan was excellent. I thought the guys handled it really well. But we felt like we had an advantage with Jerimiyah on that shot. And, we talked about it all week. We really hadn't thrown one all game. And it was like, you know what, game on the line, let's go. Let's just be aggressive. And I just thought to myself, you only win one national championship. You only get one opportunity, a year to do this. Let's just lay it on the line and put it out there and be aggressive. And that's what we did. And I walked into the defensive guys and I talked to the offensive guys that we were going to continue to be aggressive throughout the game. And I told the team that leading up to the game, and I had to make sure I followed through with that. But ultimately we got to make the plays. The protection was excellent by the offensive line. And then the throw and catch by Jerimiyah and Will was special. And again, a huge play in Ohio State history.
Come over here.
Ryan, you guys are the first team ever to go through a system like this, win 4 games at the FBS level to win a national championship. Having gone through it now, can you describe how that similar or different to how you had it like 2 years ago, making the semifinals? And in some ways, did it give you guys a chance to hit reset and figure out some things about your team that maybe you hadn't during the regular season?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that it was a reset. Like, it wasn't like, at the end of the year, we were broken. It wasn't that way. We had an awful day. I don't know how else to describe it. We had an awful day, and we just said that we could never do that again. And I think it's the job of the head coach to take the responsibility when something goes bad like that. But then on days like this, make sure that everyone understands it's the Warriors and guys on the field that deserve all the credit, not the coach. The coach gets too much attention sometimes, and I want to make sure that these guys are the ones that are getting the attention. But in terms of the playoffs, yeah, it's a very, very different. It's extremely different than what we've gone through in the past. This is much more like the NFL. Guys are not in class, but our team has come together so well over the last month and a half. There really isn't any school, and all we do is spend time together. It's like being around a family, and this is the tightest group of guys I've ever been around before. And to think that we're not going to be together again is not something that I'm looking forward to. I'm going to miss these guys. They're great people.
Going to come over here on our left-hand side in the back.
Hey, Will, Gunter Schroeder with USA Today. Talking with Coach Milano at Downingtown West this week, he said, you're no stranger to adversity, and he highlighted to me a meeting he had with you and your mom ahead of your junior season at Kansas State, where you said you just wanted to be given a chance to compete And when you think about all that's happened in your career since then, what's the overarching emotion looking back on the crazy path your career's taken?
Yeah, man, it's crazy to look back at all the things that have happened in my career. Going from really playing as a freshman at Kansas State, not really knowing what I'm doing out there, and going into my junior year, kind of lost, not really thinking I'd be playing, and then ended up winning a Big 10 or a Big 12 championship. Sorry, I'm all Big 10 now, but all that I just had to trust in the Lord, man, and trust that that He had a plan for me, and that all the adversity that we were going through, all the tough times that I went through, Coach Milano is a great man, and between all the people back home in Downingtown and my family, and then my family at Kansas State and my family here at Ohio State, I leaned on a lot of people. I wouldn't have been able to get through some of the stuff that I had to go through myself. I got to give all the credit to the Lord and to my brothers, man, because I wouldn't be here without them, and I'm just so thankful that I got the chance to come here and to be a Buckeye, and that Coach Day believed in me, and that these guys believed in me, man. I'm blessed, and man, I'm just so unbelievably thankful that I got a chance to be a Buckeye, even if it was for just 1 year.
Second row over here on our left.
Bill Bender, Sporting News. Question for Ryan and Will. First 3 drives, 3 touchdowns. Excellent play design on that first touchdown pass to Jerimiyah. I mean, with Chip Kelly, there was a lot written about him and the hire. What had you guys clicking, and what does it mean to win a national championship given his career and how long he's been at it?
Yeah, I was very excited to see a big smile on his face after the game. For him to come and leave head coaching position to come work with me meant a lot, because he's obviously someone who's a mentor to me, and certainly would not be where I am without him. And he has just a great feel for the game, and he really helped me this year spend more time outside of the quarterback room. Certainly was involved very much with the offense, but allowed me to spread out a little bit and spend more time with the guys on defense. Again, not as much as I'd like to, but still enough to just bounce in and out. And I think it brought us all together, and I think the guys would agree, and wouldn't have got that done without Chip. But I also want to just make sure that I recognize the guys on offense, the offensive staff. I think Will tell you, between Brian Hartline, Justin Fry, Keenan Bailey, Billy Fessler, Carlos Lachlan, you go through all the different guys in that room. We got a great staff in there. And I thought, again, they came up with a great game plan, but they work at it. I mean, work their tails off at this thing. And, it really showed itself, I think, in this playoffs, because it's about ball. When you get into the playoffs, it's about ball. It's just, it becomes almost, this is what I feel like, almost more like the NFL. You got to wipe the slate clean, and you got to put a whole new game plan together in about 10 days, and you got to go put it on the field. And hats off to our coaches.
Yeah, I think Coach Kelly, just speaking to what he's meant to me, I mean, he's been amazing. And, he's really been, a great mentor for me, on the field and off the field. I think, he's been through so much, and he's seen so much at, the college level and at the NFL level. He just knows how to deal with situations, and even more than coaching me on football things, going into this game, he talked to me about how, his quarterback the last time, maybe got a little worked up going into the game. And he said, man, just be yourself, just be chill. And he was great for me in calming me down and making sure that, I just took things one play at a time, kind of let the game come to me. And like Coach Day said, I mean, everyone in that offensive staff room, I mean, I go in there and those guys are grinding every single day on the game plan, Coach Day included. And I mean, they've made some unbelievable game plans in this playoffs, and I've just been so confident going into every single game, because I know that our game plan is so sound and so thought out and thorough. We really had an answer for everything they could have given us. So I mean, that's just a hats off to them.
Over here on our right-hand side on the aisle.
All right, this question's for Cody. Patrick Clemens with Buckeye Wire. The question I had, after the first drive with Notre Dame, it seemed like they never were able to get settled on offense again until probably midway through the third quarter into the fourth. I was curious, what adjustments did the defense make, or what did you make to help with that?
Yeah, no, that I would say that first drive was kind of uncharacteristic of us. we expect to go out there and kind of dominate that first drive. And, they had a good first 15 plays, and they were really getting getting the second and third and shorts. And when you have running quarterbacks, like especially our offense, it makes it tough to get those stops. So really we focus on winning that first down. And when we win first down, a lot of stuff opens up. And, the work from like our front seven, like the senior D linemen, I mean, they put in so much work. So I think we really settled in, and we were able to get the stops we needed to get the offense to a lead that we wanted. And we still had to get more stops at the end. I think I wasn't. I mean, just as a ball player, I wish we could have done better down the stretch. But just got to do what it got to do to get the win. So I'm just proud of all the guys.
Next question over here, front row to our right.
Dan Tortora, wakeupcalldt.com. For Cody and Will, just what you can say. Coach talked about Ohio State isn't for everybody, but it's for these guys. Why was Ohio State for you? And then, Coach, you were celebratory throughout the game, having fun with your guys. Just what you can say about what it's like to be with this specific group this season.
I think when you come to Ohio State, you guys talked about it earlier, but, the expectations are high. You can say that the pressure's high and all that stuff. But, I think CJ said it a couple of years ago, pressure is a privilege, man. And if you don't have pressure on you, then, are you really doing anything meaningful? I feel like we've just embraced that all year, and we've kind of blocked out all the noise and just said, man, like, we just love each other too much. And we've embraced it. I wanted to be a Buckeye. When I came, when I talked to Coach Day, when I first, had the opportunity to have some interest in this place, man, it was pretty soon after, that first conversation. I was like, man, I want to be a Buckeye, and there's something different about these guys in this place. And I'm just so blessed that I made the decision to come here, man.
Yeah. Oh, I would second that. I mean, what drew me to Ohio State was the culture. You don't really know about it before you get here, but when you learn that, it's all about fighting, and it's all about, being the best version of yourself, and that's what you fight every day to do. I mean, that's our whole team in a nutshell right there. I mean, every day was a grind for us, and especially down this stretch when, not everyone was on our side and not everyone really believed in us. I mean, all our guys just kept fighting. You never wanted to give up. And, we've had even some of those times when we were on the goal line on defense, and you never know what can happen. You just gotta keep fighting. And I think that's a perfect example of our team.
Yeah, and I just enjoy being around these guys. And, I did bed check last night and talked to these guys about how much I just wanted it for these guys. And, once you got into the game and you got a feel for how it was going, you could just feel it. And we had confidence coming into the game. We felt like we had momentum going into the game. And, man, isn't that life? I shared that with these guys that, there's times in life where things aren't going well. You just got to keep hanging in there. But when things are going good, go get all you can get. And that was the message going into the game. And I took that same mentality with me.
Next question right over here, second row to our left.
Hey, Ryan, Ari Wasserman with On3. I can't imagine how much pressure you might have been under in late November. And, a lot was made of a lot of the things that you and your family had to go through as a result of some of that. But I was wondering if it's occurred to you as the coach now, having won the national title, that you are probably going to be standing on the field in Ohio Stadium in 30 years, and you're going to have 105,000 people cheering for you. And, you're just a person that now is indoctrinated into Ohio State history. And I know it just happened, but it's been kind of a crazy 6 weeks in your personal arc. And I'm wondering if that has landed for you and what that means to you.
Well, I feel like, from the start of this thing, we've been knocking on the door, and I think about the 19 team and the 20 team and 21 team, the 22 team. You keep going through these seasons, and weren't that far off. But you got to find a way to break through and make it to where we are right now. And I think in today's day and age, there's just so much that goes with wins and losses, and social media, and people have to write articles, and there's a lot of things that are said that certainly have an effect on you and your family. But when you sign up for this job, that's what you sign up for, and you got to be strong enough to withstand those storms to come out the back end. And now it's an even better story. And nothing's guaranteed. But I always, in the back of my mind, felt that, the people of Ohio and all of Buckeye Nation, after going through difficult times and seeing a team and a bunch of coaches go through difficult times to achieve their goal, it would mean even more. And I hope they're all proud of what we've done.
Last question here on our left-hand side.
Ross Dillinger, Yahoo. Will, you mentioned you going through some tough times and you had to lean on the Ohio State family, Kansas State family, Downington people back home. Can you take us through maybe the hardest times that you've gone through?
Yeah, man, it there's been a lot. It's Downingtown, by the way. Sorry, I don't mean to, a lot of people back at home get pissed about that, but the W isn't silent. But anyway, man, my freshman year at K-State was tough. I'm not gonna lie. That was one of the tougher years because it was COVID. I'm living alone. I'm starting as, I think I ended the season with like 8 touchdowns and like 11 picks. Like I played bad. I was playing bad football. And I didn't feel like myself, and then really my junior year, they recruited Adrian Martinez to be the starting quarterback. And, I felt like that was kind of my time to step in and be the guy. And going into that year, I think it was week 2 of the season. I didn't play until week 6. And I think week 2 of that season, I lost my grandmother. And that was one of the tougher times of my life. We were, really, really tight. But again, I had to lean on my faith and my family, people around me. And hasn't been easy here either, man. We've gone through some hard times. That Oregon loss, that team up north loss, they were tough. And we had to lean on each other. And I'm just so thankful that, I have a group of guys in this locker room and group of coaches and my family that, I can lean on and, they can get me through all those tough times. And, here we are, man. It's kind of surreal to feel like, personally and as a team, all the things that we've been through this year, to come out on top feels pretty damn good.
Congratulations to all of you. And this concludes tonight's press conference.
All right, so that was Ohio State head coach Ryan Day, quarterback Will Howard, linebacker Cody Simon. Okay, so where are they ranked next year preseason, Michael? No, I'm just kidding. We'll get into next season in a day or two. I do have a quick announcement actually. There is going to be a championship celebration on Sunday, January 26th. So that is this coming Sunday, 6 days away, noon Eastern, Ohio Stadium. The Buckeyes are 2024 national champions. Join us at Ohio Stadium to celebrate this incredible achievement Sunday, January 26th at 12 p.m. The event will be free along with parking. Okay, more information to follow, but yes, clear your schedules for Sunday, January 26th, noon Eastern at Ohio Stadium. There will be a national championship celebration. We just got that in. So, Michael, we've talked about this a little bit. We kind of talked about it along the way. Just all these cool matchups they had to face. Like they didn't get like a couple of, group of 5 schools or, you talk about like blue blood schools. You get to play, Texas and Notre Dame, and like you get the rematch with Oregon and Tennessee, who you hardly ever play Tennessee. Like there were so many cool things about this run that the 12-team playoff provided. I guess just how do you? How's that hit you? I think for me it makes the title even more legitimate when you beat that many good teams in a row to do it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I know there are going to be a lot of people, a lot of, fans of other schools who want to, take away credit because, didn't win the conference, didn't beat Michigan. But, to any Michigan fans who have anything to say about it, I'll say what they've said for the past, 4 years, which is cope harder, cry more. And I agree that, the Ohio State played a pretty tough regular season schedule, having to go on the road to Penn State and Oregon, drew Indiana in the regular season. And then, to close out with 4 straight wins like that against, as you said, programs that are, for lack of a better term, they're blue bloods, they're historic programs. I mean, that makes it that much harder. And, I've always been a believer that luck goes into a lot. And although Ohio State lost Josh Simmons and lost Seth McLaughlin, one area, what I will say this season for the first time and what feels like forever, where they got lucky from top to bottom was injuries. Because, for example, I mean, if you look at Notre Dame tonight, I mean, Notre Dame they had a lot of injuries this year. And, that's why winning this new format is just going to be that much harder, I think, because you have to have a lot of things go your way. There's just so much luck involved. I mean, you even think about it, you can just look back to some luck that's involved. Like, I mean, Saban in Alabama in 2012, they were the best team in the country. So it's just that they got to win it all that year. But realistically, there's a luck factor because had Ohio State not been banned from the postseason, Alabama doesn't even get to play in the championship game. Not to sound like a hater, but Kirby Smart's 2 championships are literally only because the best player on the other team got hurt in a critical moment and it changed the entire game. So, this team is really just impressed in so many ways, and I'm so happy for them. I could go on and on. This team is a veteran team. It's really not very often we get to watch so many guys who have been either starters or big contributors for 3 to 4 years. I mean, I don't even know what it's going to feel weird to watch Ohio State football without seeing Tyleik Williams and JT Tuimoloau and, Lathan Ransom. These guys have been Ty Hamilton. These guys have been contributing and or starting for 4 years. Denzel Burke. I mean, it's going to be weird, but I'm really, really happy for these kids and for the coaching staff as well, of course.
Garrett, your thoughts, just kind of digesting the Ohio State post game there, and they did actually, probably should mention this earlier, they did set the record with 5 victories over top 5 AP poll teams. That's never been done before. I guess try and contextualize all of this and just this season that Ohio State had in the first year of the 12-team playoff.
Yeah, I think you see I think admiration's the word. You see the admiration that the players have for Ryan Day, that it would have been really easy to fold up the tent and go home after the Michigan game. But when you have you read the story from Jack Sawyer where he talks about, like, we had some difficult conversations and we had to get answers to questions that we had. But ultimately we put it all together because we love each other and we love our coach. I think that is huge to being a college football coach in 2025, is the authoritarian dictator. It's my way or the highway, baby. Well, the highway is big as hell. There are all sorts of lanes on the highway to get out of town now. And so you have to be able to I think, coach the way Ryan Day does. And so to see kind of the admiration for him that the players have lets you into not only the coach that he is, but the person that he is, that guys don't generally follow people who are bad dudes. guys don't become followers or things like that of somebody that they don't put a ton of faith and a ton of trust in. And so for them to, one, and Michael mentioned so many guys that have contributed so frequently, and so many guys that had every reason and opportunity to go to the NFL draft last year, and put that stuff aside and say, I'm going to come back for one more year. I wasn't satisfied with the way that this ended. I want another go around at this. And to see them complete that goal, to see a group of people who were selfless when they could have been selfish, put all of that stuff aside, basically put their career on hold at the professional level for a year in an effort to chase a title, to see that all come to fruition, it just fills you with a lot of pride. And there's that age-old adage that, like, nice guys finish last. Well, I don't think you see that here. I think you see that nice guys finish first in 2025.
Yeah, it was a really tight group. I think one of the ultimate ironies about this is I have seen the word culture thrown around so much, and a lot of times it's been in criticism of Ryan Day and what is the culture like over there. This was the ultimate culture championship.
Absolutely.
The culture was tested as much as I've ever seen an Ohio State culture tested in a season, like it at every turn. And they passed the ultimate test.
There are a lot of people who will talk about adversity and nobody believed in us. Like it's my favorite to complain about, like Baker Mayfield will be like, nobody believed in me. You were the number 1 pick in the NFL draft, man. Like you were like, and so I sometimes despise when that stereotype is thrown of nobody believed in us. On November 30th, there were not many people who believed that Ohio State. And so you're right, for the culture to be tested, for everything that we believe and we work in and we've built this program on, from Ryan Day's perspective, from Chip Kelly's perspective, and Jim Knowles, everything we've built this program on has been tested. Do we believe in it, or do we need to change our ways? Do we need to rethink some things? And did they tinker? Absolutely, to their credit, because it's really easy to look past some things and go, oh, well, this is, if we just make 2 field goals, we win the game. We don't have to change anything. Well, they needed to make some changes. And those changes are the reason that they won the game tonight. You start running counter half the time you run the football instead of never. And you make things, you play things off of that. And so I give them a lot of credit for getting, like, I love that Woody Hayes quote of, like nothing cleanses the soul like getting the hell beat out of you. They had their soul cleansed a little bit and are able to then reset, refocus, put everything together and say, we are marching. Like, we need to get everybody on the same page and pull in one direction. And we are marching towards this goal. And when you can accomplish that, I just put so much faith and stock in people who are able to do that, because this isn't easy. And that's the one thing that I think people should remember, is that it's not easy to just walk out on the field and because you're Ohio State, by God, you're going to win because we got Buckeye leaves on the side of our helmets and you don't. There's more to it than that. And so it's taken some time, certainly, but I think it's such an impressive feat that Ohio State pulled off that I don't know that that the average fan can even take in right now, that like there's a lot that goes into this, and for everything to fall the way it fell, and for everything to end up with them holding the gold trophy, it really is just so impressive.
Well said. I believe our Buckeye Weekly guys are ready. Tony, Tom, just like we drew this up in August, very uneventful season. Ohio State just strolls to the national championship in Atlanta and takes it home. Nothing controversial or anything happened in between. So, pretty boring year, right, guys?
Pretty boring year, pretty boring game. It was like, oh, well, they're up by 1 million and they are on a glide path and nothing can possibly go wrong. And then they made it a little interesting, but they won. It was okay. So it all worked out in the end.
So thank you, Mark Givler, Michael Pettit, and Garrett Seawright for handling the first 93 minutes of this, and also the Buckeyes and Ryan Day for streaming as well. But we'll take it the rest of the way. Thank you guys. Have a good night. Maybe we'll see some of you guys later. We'll see.
Yeah. We may have more show after we're done. We'll see. Might be a late night.
But hello, everybody. Welcome to the Buckeye Weekly podcast. I am Tony Gerdeman, here as always with Tom or Tom. How's it going?
Well, Tony, there's a lot of things to say. So many things to say. But first of all, Tony, I want to know if you're planning your next event. If you plan to make it unforgettable with Grateful Griddle. It's Columbus's favorite food truck. They're serving up smash burgers, gourmet sandwiches, and good vibes. Book your catering today at gratefulgriddleoh.com. Okay, now that that's out of the way, second most important thing of the night.
Yes.
We got to watch a football game. And for the first about 2.5 quarters, I thought, boy, this is exactly what I saw when I was watching Notre Dame on all their other playoff games. And then it got a little interesting. It was never Ohio State was never in danger, but it got a little interesting for a minute. Marcus Freeman did one of the most defensive coordinator as head coach things I have ever seen in my life. Do they teach math at Notre Dame?
Well, so I was confused by that, and somebody next to me is like, "Well, actually, the analytics." I'm like,
No, they
What?
don't. No,
They're-
they don't.
what-
Do they, when you're doing the analytics, do you count that your defense is giving up about 6.5 points a drive? Because I can tell you, like, I understand the thinking, but this really should not be the first thing we're talking about. But it's the
No.
first thing that popped into my head. You're down 16 points. The whole thing is, well, then, what are the odds you're going to get 2 touchdowns and 2 2-point conversions? So this then makes it, you have not stopped Ohio State all night. There's 9 minutes left on the clock. Don't be stupid.
Right.
He
Yeah.
was, he was stupid, and he got exactly what he deserved.
I don't care what the analytics say. Going from 16 to 13 points really does nothing for me.
Tony, I've said it for years. Anytime you can kick a field goal to take a 2-score game to a 2-score game, especially in the national championship, you absolutely have to do it.
Absolutely have to do it. Go ahead and throw your super chats in there and your chats, and we'll get to them. I'm just looking over these numbers, and it was 31-7 at one point, breezing through. Everybody's laughing, having a good time, and then things get a little bit tighter. And yet, this was a team that was prepared for it. They didn't necessarily blink, as you said. Notre Dame never had the ball with the opportunity to tie.
Right.
Ohio State was always able to stay. For a while, they were 4 steps ahead. Then they were 1 step ahead. And they've been battle tested, and they showed it. Credit to Notre Dame as well, because this is exactly what we talked about. Their capability of, like, they don't quit. They find a way. They just won't die. They're just like this black mold. I don't know of college football, where it's like, well, we got the black mold Mercedes-Benz now. Like, oh, what do we do? Got to move out. Got to burn it down. But so after the game, and we'll have some on-field stuff for you guys in the locker room for 20 minutes. I don't know how much I can share. Like, I don't know how much is legal, but a lot of cigar smoke.
Well.
My eyes are still burning. My throat's still a little burning. Plenty of celebrations. I thought the best. Jerimiyah Smith had goggles on. He's smart. Like, you never know what's
That's
gonna
normally
happen.
for, like, champagne celebrations.
Well, and there was also some beverage, some things going on for some people. Not everybody's 21. You know how it is.
I remember college, yes.
But that first drive where Notre Dame's 18 plays, 15 plays, 9 minutes. JT Tuimoloau said that was kind of caught them off guard. They were getting blown off the ball.
Yeah.
As you see the confetti and the celebration there, watching that, all of the players get up there and they're like, they want to grab the trophy. Yeah. But they can't do it until it's like declared.
Reese Davis is like every dad who's like, nope. We're going to go downstairs. We're going to put a pot of coffee on before we do Christmas morning. You kids sit on the stairs. Oh, sorry. We got to sell some pickup trucks.
Right.
So
Yes.
we're going to have a commercial break. And it was like, come on, hurry up. We have a post-game show to do. And
It was almost like, the guys, you can't touch the Stanley Cup until you win it. It's
Uh-huh.
like, well, they had won it.
They had won it,
But they
yes.
can't touch it until the commercial.
Yeah,
Once we get back from this break, then we can have the trophy.
Yeah, that was like an agonizingly long wait for, I'm sure, a lot of people. It was just, I'm sure there's a certain amount of that where that's not bad, because then you're up there and you can take a minute to soak it all in. They worked a long time for that moment, and to get to really take a moment to stand up there and enjoy it, I'm sure was probably not a bad thing. Although for me, I'm standing in the back and sweating and holding a camera over my head and going, hurry up. But it was, it was funny. Being just, you're walking around the field and you're just hearing like little snippets of conversations. I heard at least 3 different people say that was totally worth it. And that's just guys just walking past me as they're walking up to, there's a lot that goes into a football season. I mean, a lot that goes into a football season. And, from this time last year where they're doing the winter workouts with Coach Mick, and then they go through spring ball, and they go through the summer workouts and conditioning and summer camp, and you start the season, and then you lose to Oregon, and everyone thinks you're terrible. then you come back and you've kind of fart around against Nebraska and everyone's like, oh boy, they're terrible for sure. And then they're better. And then they lose to Michigan and everyone's ready to jump off the roof again. And, that was a lot. That was a lot in that season. And so, when I'm going to pull this up, this was just some of the players. That's Donovan Jackson holding the trophy. My personal favorite in this picture is Tyleik Williams on the right-hand side, where I don't know why. I just look at that and I think of the Free Tyleik meme. Remember when he was young, like a freshman, and he would tweet like #Free Tyleik? Like that to me on the right looks like I'm free, just so excited. Cody Simon there just to the left of Donovan Jackson. Like that is just like absolute joy. That is people who spent a lot of time, put in a lot of work, and it all it paid off. For 133 other teams in FBS, they did the same thing. They put in the work in the spring, and maybe they didn't work as hard, or maybe they just didn't have the #will to win, or whatever. 133 teams started the season hoping to be up on that stage. The Buckeyes got to be there tonight.
And talking to them, a number of them in the locker room, they were, I say, what's it feel like to be a national champion? Like, what's it feel like to win?
Right.
I'm just so thankful.
Yeah.
Just so thankful. So many guys made that decision to come back. They didn't have to, but they wanted to, and it paid off for every last one of them. Even the guys that are transferring out but are still here. I saw Devin Brown was getting ready to talk to him, and the locker room got closed. Kojo Antwi was, Zen Mahalski. Like all of these guys still put in the work, and they get to leave as national champions if they still want to leave.
Yeah. It was definitely. That was another thing that I noticed was a lot of guys who are in the portal were still here, still playing, still putting in the work. Mitchell Melton played a whole lot of snaps tonight, it felt like. These are guys who are in the portal. They're not going yet, but there's certainly guys who are thinking about their futures, but they still have their feet here, and you can tell put together. There are guys who left who, I think they were okay with, hey, go ahead and leave, and that's okay. There are plenty of guys who stayed, put in the work, and you know what? They seem just as happy as the other guys. You can have these guys are not true, whatever, and they were just as happy, just as excited as everyone else. So were the true freshmen. The true freshmen haven't even started really practicing yet for real.
One of those, the 2025 true freshmen.
Yes.
Javen McFadden. I saw him he was on the phone to somebody, or he was just saying it to anybody that would listen. Like, we've got to keep this culture going.
Yeah,
and we got to keep this culture going, and it's kind of a double-edged sword for incoming freshmen.
Yeah,
because they see it but they didn't see the work.
Right.
But the guys that got to travel over the last month have seen more than just a typical group of freshmen. So they've seen that it doesn't just happen.
Right.
So you would hope that helps. But in terms of the freshmen on this 2024 team, this is what all of this is being passed down to them, and then they continue to pay it forward, as Woody Hayes would say.
Well, and that's sort of the culture with the program is you have we always talk about in the conjunction with the wide receiver room, where you have the Evan Spencers and the Michael Thomases and those guys. They were around, and and then Jalen Marshall was there for that, and then Terry McLaurin and Paris Campbell and Johnny Dixon and those guys. And then after them, it was the Austin Mack and Ben Victor. And then it was the Garrett Wilson and the Chris Olave and the Jackson Smith at Jigba and the Marvin Harrison, and now the Chris Olave, now the Emeka Ibuka and Carnell Tate and those guys. But it is the culture of doing the stuff, doing all the little stuff, doing everything right, attention to detail, all of that has all gotten sort of passed down. And that's, these guys getting to see this I think the level of focus around the program has probably been pretty high when they've been around. So you're seeing, okay, this is the standard. So now you got to live up to the standard.
Yeah, and you see some of that standard right there in that photo of JT Tuimoloau, who sore ankle didn't seem to bother him in this game. They fought through it all. They continue to fight through it. Now, 4 years ago, he came to Ohio State. Him and Emeka Egbuka from Washington.
Yeah,
just a couple of kids from Washington, and now you see all of those faces, happy faces. JT Tuimoloau, Jack Sawyer, standing up there on the stage. Just they're playing their last game, and it's been a whirlwind for all of them. Where once you see all of these seniors, Donovan Jackson has been through it this year. We've talked about him. Cody Simon has been here for 5 years now. Has become the team leader now. 2 defensive MVPs in the playoffs. Tremendous team leaders up there with Ryan Day talking on the dais in the post game. So this senior class is going to be remembered, forever because it's you got the super softs in '68 and there's so many of in the 2014, so many of those 2013 recruits, the redshirt freshmen and the sophomores were instrumental in that championship. And then this one was kind of 4 years in the making.
Yeah, well, and this is Ryan Day got asked about this earlier in the week, and it was like asking a hockey coach to touch the conference championship trophy. He was like, no, I'm not talking about that. And he was asked about the fact that Ohio State always tends to win the national championship in years where you don't expect them to win it. 2014 was not necessarily a year when they were supposed to win it. They were supposed to win it in 2015. They didn't. 2014, it was a year early. 2003 was the year they were supposed to win it. 2002 was a year early. They didn't have a bunch of seniors. They won it a year early. This was the year they were supposed to win it. This is the year we heard Denzel Burke talking about natty or bust in the spring. And they brought all these guys back. And, you're going to hear people talk about the portal and they bought their team. They brought in 7 guys. It's like individuals. Sorry. Tony's looking at a video of. I heard a noise outside, and I wondered what happened. Okay, so someone crashed a golf cart with Ryan Day in it, and I saw Ryan Day walking. I heard them. I heard a noise right outside the door, and I was like, "What was that?" And I went out to look, and then Ryan Day's walking down the hallway, so I got a shot of Ryan Day walking down the hallway. I did not see the before, and yes, I think someone totaled the golf cart.
Yes, they did. Insurance is not going to pay for that. They're just going to.
Sorry. Okay.
And boy, Ryan, he almost lost a foot on that one.
Yeah, boy, that would have been it. Ryan Day wins the national championship and breaks a foot. That would have been an unbelievable goodness. Wait, Ohio State coaches and golf carts underneath stadiums, not a great combination. Okay, well, there you go. All right,
distraction.
So back to my previous thought, which I've somehow managed to hold in my sleep-deprived head. This is a team that was expected to win the national championship from the beginning. And that's a different kind of pressure. And, you're going to have a lot of talk about, they bought it. And, they brought in, 7 guys in the portal? That's probably a below average number for most college football teams.
And what kind of impact did Julian Sayin have?
Right, yeah, right. But if you look at who were the guys? Let's look at the guys on that stage. Right now, from left to right, Brandon Innes, recruit. Emeka Egbuka, 4th-year recruit. Cody Simon, 5th-year recruit. Ty Hamilton, 5th-year recruit. Donovan Jackson, 4th-year recruit. Mitchell Melton, 5th-year recruit. Okay, I mean, we can punch up another one. Here, JT Tuimoloau, 4th-year recruit. These are a lot of the same guys. Tyleik Williams is on the right there, 4th-year recruit. TreVeyon Henderson in the right, 4th-year recruit. Jack Sawyer, 4th-year recruit. JT Tuimoloau, 4th-year recruit. Ryan Day,
6.
He's in 17th grade. I don't know what that is, but yeah, it's like all the guys up there are guys who were multi-year players, and Will Howard played a key role. When Ohio State brought Will Howard into the transfer portal, like if you want a freezing cold take someone, search Will Howard's name and whatever date he signed with Ohio State. Search Seth McLaughlin's name and whatever date he signed with Ohio State. Like Caleb Downs, everyone will like, yeah, he's a good player. Guess what? He is a good player. A lot of the guys Ohio State brought in the transfer portal, you think Will Kazmarek, when he came in, like people were like, oh man, this dude's going to play a really crucial role. He's going to have his face up on billboards in Atlanta in the days before the national championship. Like no one thought that.
No. And we said it at the time where once they got Caleb Downs and Quinshon Judkins, then people started getting mad. And then Julian saying, it's like, how dare these people? It's like you were laughing about the first three guys. And now you're angry. But
sorry, I forgot. I was in a different thing, and I wasn't looking at the super chats. So I'm going to. Well, we're going to start with this one from Ryan Dawes. I don't know if they got to all of them, but we're going to do this. Ryan Dawes says, it would not have been quite right if there was not some drama to make the game a little bit more interesting. Thank you for the longest season ever, Buckeye Huddle. Go Buckeyes, national champions. That was a really long season, but also right now I have the exact same thought I already do, which is like, man, I can't believe that season's over already.
Yep. Nope. It's been a fun ride. I was talking to Maurice Claret afterwards, asking him about this.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it couldn't have been done any other way. You know, they got up early, but he said that there was never, he never saw any doubt in anybody's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
There was never any concern. They were built for this. They were built for this throughout the course of this long season. So an 8-point game, whatever you want to, it was a 16-point game. It wasn't going to bother them, and you saw them respond.
Yep.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. Erwin Lichtenberg says best Monday ever. I mean, arguably.
Well,
it's certainly up there. It's technically Tuesday now. He sent this on Monday, so we're going to give him partial credit.
That's our apologies for being late on that one.
He says the most undisputed champions in college football history. Thanks for the amazing coverage all year. Yeah, this is go through the. I mean, I'm just going to pull up the college football playoff rankings right now, and we're going to see who Ohio State has beaten. And it is selection committee rankings. All right, here we go. So Ohio State beat number 1 Oregon. They beat the team that beat number 2 Georgia. They beat number 3 Texas. They beat number 4 Penn State. They beat number 5 Notre Dame. They beat number 7 Tennessee. They beat number 8 Indiana. Certainly would have lost to number 11 Alabama.
Yes,
but
that's
I mean that's the only thing that really.
That's a fair point.
So that's 1, 3, 4, 5, 7. You beat and Indiana 6. 6 of the top 8 teams in the college football playoff rankings. Go ahead. There you go. Thank you. See, we had a graphic waiting for me, and I'm on the wrong tab. That's on me.
There's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on, but yeah, I mean. Go ahead and show me the team that has a better resume than that.
Yeah.
And they most of them were not particularly close. Those are all 2-score wins, every single one of them.
Yeah.
That's
and the thing is, like, both of these last 2 games got down to one score at the end, but they made plays to get it done.
Well, yeah, that team finished.
Mm-hmm.
That team finished. And that's not an easy thing to do. You've seen teams get in a spot where it's, stuff starts to spiral a little bit, and you don't, it's like, oh boy, what, how the throat gets a little tight, and what did they do when they got the ball and they needed to win? They needed to drive down the field and seal the game. 9 plays, 61 yards, 3:44 off the clock. They started with 4:10 off the clock. They ended with 26 seconds, and at that point, it's a 2-score lead. And it was not like they couldn't get a touchdown. They were very much in the clock matters more than the points. The clock, you're better off. This is the Y boom no take knee. It was much better in terms of win expectancy. If Notre Dame never gets the ball back, Notre Dame can't win the football game. So let's just, for a moment, run through Ohio State's drives. Ready? We're just going to read the results of Ohio State's drive. Touchdown, 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 field goal, fumble, 6 plays, 54 yards, and then a fumble, punt, field goal. The worst drive before the one where they punted was 6 plays, 54 yards, and a field goal,
Yeah.
or, and a fumble.
And that was going to be a score.
And that was going to be a
scoring
score.
drive.
And it was, it was a fumble, 100%. It was a
Yes.
fumble, but his knee was not down by. It was like they had to click it back and forth on the
They
scoreboard
said
a few times.
call stance rather than
and
which
it
I
really
think
it was really
it was clearly
confirmed.
a fumble.
It was a fumble, but it was he was going down, and if it was 4 frames of video or something like that, so that's 4/30ths of a second. So
if he wouldn't have fought so hard for that, he's not going to fumble.
Right.
But
Yeah.
he was making a play.
Yeah. Here's the drive chart. Fumble, Notre Dame with the greatest field goal attempt in the history of football, and Ohio State punts. Notre Dame goes down the field, 210, 6 plays, 80 yards, 210 off the clock, makes it 31-23. I did for a moment think, it would be really interesting if 31-23, which was one of those like incredibly bitter Michigan losses in the mid-90s, if that then becomes a score that everyone in Ohio State thinks of as a national championship score instead. But
instead, Jaden Fielding saved everybody from that.
yes, so there you go. You can't spell, TK says you can't spell Quinshon without TD. He is so good at running inside the 10. He's another one where if you ask the Ole Miss folks, they were going to do the Moneyball thing. Like we can't bring back Quinshon Judkins, but we can make up for him in the aggregate, which is why Ole Miss was playing, I don't know, somewhere today, and Quinshon Judkins was scoring 3 touchdowns in the national championship game.
Also, when Quinshon Judkins hit the portal and he shows up at Ohio State, there was so much feedback from the Mississippi side of things, like this guy's a locker room cancer. Like, good luck with that guy; he's trouble. And I don't think he was ever trouble at Ohio State. You never heard anything about him. Teammates have only said good things about him. He's been starting the second half of the season, which wouldn't happen if he was a problem. I talked with him after the game. I said, "You've been here a year, and it still feels like you've been here forever." And I think that's same with Will Howard. Like they feel like Buckeyes, where you kind of there's been a lot of games clearly, but I said that and he's like, I feel like I've been here forever.
Yeah. And Judkins could come back next year. We'll see. And I'm sure we're going to start getting questions about that. And it's like, did you text me your address? Believe me, allow me to assure you, no one has been talking about that over the last few weeks. But here, TreVeyon Henderson, 12 carries, 47 yards. Quinshon Judkins, 11 carries, 100 yards. He had that long one right at the start of the third quarter. A couple touchdowns on the ground, 2 catches for 21 yards, 1 touchdown, 168 yards of total offense. But here's the thing. It's so all season long, it's just been, I don't care who gets it. No one cares. It's fine, whatever. Okay, last game it was TreVeyon with the 75-yard touchdown. And Judkins, I think TreVeyon scored 2 in the Cotton Bowl, right? I think he scored 2 in the Cotton Bowl, and Judkins didn't score any. Tonight, Judkins scores 3, and TreVeyon doesn't score. Does anyone care? Nope.
No.
Not even a little bit. And they both looked so much fresher and stronger at the end of the season because there were 2 of them. That was such a big thing.
And they both went over 1,000 yards this year.
Did they?
Yeah.
Did Emeka Egbuka as well?
He also did. Yes. Wait, 64 yards.
I have some bold things to say about that.
Neither here nor there.
Rose Quartz
Congrats to
Lemonade
those
says,
guys.
I love my Buckeyes. Been a Ryan Day truther. Tell the haters to stuff it. I'm assuming that's what STFU means. Buckeyes by $1 billion. Yeah, I mean this was a Ryan Day. This is the congratulations Ryan Day. You are now one of 3 active coaches. It's the most amazing stat I've heard. 3 active coaches have won a national championship. Kirby Smart, Dabo Swinney, Ryan Day. End of list. And here's the thing. This is not Ryan Day winning with Urban Meyer's players. This is not a Larry Coker taking over for Butch Davis and just sort of like taking. This is Ryan Day's program, and they were dominant. They were dominant throughout the playoff. They didn't get. Texas pushed them, but this was not. This is not. They're barely eking stuff out.
No.
They were dominant throughout the playoffs.
And I asked some people about, asked the players about Ryan Day and winning it for him and their thoughts. And Ari Wasserman asked Ryan in the post game. I finally got to the post game, and the question was basically, given all the criticism that you've had, now that you've won a national title, you're a legend. What's that feel like? And he started talking about the criticism. He said, when you sign up for this job, that's what you sign up for. You've got to be strong enough to withstand the storms to come out the back end. And that's been his mantra. That's just like he's been the example for all of his players. And when I asked them about winning this for their head coach, they're like, he's been the model of consistency. All of the criticism that he's gotten, they clearly did not care for. You try to ignore all of it, but you can't because there was so much of it. And you can't. I mean, it's going to find you, and it found them, and so they're all obviously very happy for their head coach.
Yeah, and this now, anyone who comes after Ryan Day next year should be shouted down and ridiculed. Like, you won the national championship, you get a little bit of a grace period now. Like, and let's transition into this thing with Ryan Dawes. Is Jim Knowles the defensive coordinator in 2025? We're not saying yes. We'll see. There is certainly some smoke to the reports. Nothing's official yet, but there's certainly some smoke to the reports. This is going to be a team that looks very different in 2025. Like, prepare yourself. They might not go 16-0 next year. And you're going to just have to be okay with that. I don't know what to tell you, but this is a team that's going to look very different. Potentially some different coaches, quite a few different players. There's a lot of folks who are heading off to the NFL. And while, Michigan this time last year was going through the same thing. They lost their head coach and some other stuff, and it did not have the recruiting base that Ohio State has to be able to sort of just reload in the way that Ohio State can. You're probably going to take a little bit of a step back next year, like a 10-2 regular season, which would be the same as this year, but a 10-2 regular season, maybe a 9-3 regular season. That's not out of the realm of possibility. And so, but guess what? He just won a national championship, so you don't get to say crap to him for a little while.
Tom, here's a tweet I want to send. Tell me how you feel about it. Prior to tonight, it had been 10 years since a Big Ten team won a national title in college football without being mired in an NCAA investigation.
I mean, as long as you don't tag me in it so it doesn't infest my mentions.
Per Tom Orr,
yes,
prior to tonight.
I mean, I can confirm. So,
but to answer the question, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I have a feeling you're going to have an answer on that within 24 to 48 hours or so. Mike Freno says, go back and watch Trey's block on the long play to JJ. Such a dude. I did not. You were downstairs, right? Yeah.
Well,
you were like in in here or something?
Yeah, we were in here because we could not get to the field because of the rules for the championship game. We were not able to access the field until 4 minutes after the game, so we had to leave before the game ends, and then we were watching it in here. Plausibly live on the television and saw that. And then I was asking plenty of the teammates what their thoughts, what was going through their mind when that ball was in the air. And I stupidly asked Emeka Ibuka, like, hey, what was going through your mind when that ball's in the air? He's like, well, I was kind of preoccupied. I was running the route. Like, all right, that's fair. That's fair.
When I'll tell you what was going through my mind when that ball was in the air. Finally, Lord, it was.
They had that all game long.
All game long. It was like I kept saying to people next to me, he's singled up. Safety's like he's out wide. Safety's like on the hash or middle of the field. Like it's been there all game long. Like, and it was a trick play that was there all game, and they pulled it out when they needed it. But yeah, I kept waiting for that to happen again, and finally, eventually did. Mike Ferguson says, drunk driver conspiracy, woman with ties to Connor Stallions tries to take out Ryan Day in a golf cart accident. I mean, listen, I don't know if that's. I can't say it's true, but it's also not the.
I mean,
it's not the craziest explanation you could have.
It was a pretty bad crash, right into the wall.
Crash, yes. Like Smith says, biggest surprise of this game was the holding call against Notre Dame. I didn't know that was allowed to be called. What a season. Great work, fellas. Get over to Buckeye Huddle and enjoy the ride. So I will just tell Tony, I sent him a text, 8:29 p.m. Eastern, all caps, you did it, exclamation point. Well, I don't see a cape, but not all heroes wear capes, so.
Well, I thank you for that. I just want to see justice. Not always, but I mean, come on. One holding call in the past 3 months before Game 3, I think, was the last one, and of course we know that it was due. So this one was not a huge surprise to me.
We're going to go out of order here and say that Mike Ferguson wants to personally recognize Tony for his dedication and sacrifice and constant professionalism all season. He obviously was invaluable to this team. He deserves a ring as well. This natty doesn't happen without him.
Look, I don't need anything like that, but the last sentence I think is true. I think that is true. That's a very good point. Mike, I'll get your $20 to you. Don't worry.
And Donovan Jackson is the unsung hero of this team. As Mike Smith says, what he did will not get enough respect for some. Buckeye legend. Yeah, I mean, this is...
We've been trying to sing.
We've been talking about this for quite a while. And here's the thing. You could have this conversation about so many different guys. Like, you could have this conversation about so many different guys on this team that unsung heroes. Cody Simon. You could say Cody Simon, unsung hero of this team. You could say Emeka Egbuka, unsung hero of this team. You could pick either of the G. Scott. G. Scott had made a bunch of huge plays. JT Tuimoloau. I mean, Jack Sawyer is kind of a sung hero at this point.
Yeah.
But, Ty Hamilton and Tyleik Williams in the middle of the defensive line. Like, they have both been incredibly, incredibly important to this team. And again, not like getting a ton of accolades necessarily, because it's just because this is a team where it's not just like, yeah, you've got the superstar Jerimiyah Smith, but Jerimiyah Smith was, he had 5 catches, 88 yards, but the long was 56. Before that, he had 4 catches for 32 yards, and Emeka Egbuka had 6 for 64. Carnell Tate, 2 for 35. Like, Carnell Tate and Emeka Egbuka both had more yards than Jerimiyah Smith until the last one. And G. Scott had 1 catch for 4 yards tonight, but G. Scott had some massive catches in earlier games.
So I'm in the locker room, and I was talking to Denzel Burke, and then C.J. Hicks is next to me, and he's talking to Jordan Hancock, who was seated next to Denzel Burke, and he's talking like Jordan Hancock's the most underrated player on this defense. So then I asked Jordan Hancock about him, like, so CJ just calls you the most underrated guy on the defense. How do you feel? How do you feel about that? Because you know how good you are. We know how good you are, but they don't. Like, out there don't know. He's like, I don't mind flying under the radar.
Yeah, but
like, the scouts know, and if the opposing team does it, then all the better for him. But that dude has been awesome.
Yeah. JG says you two, including Kevin. I assume that's you two plus Kevin, not including Kevin. Either way, are my favorite Buckeye coverage, given the vast lot. And thank you for all your superb and down-to-earth coverage. Your idiosyncrasies make me smile. He's talking about you.
He's talking about your annoying quirks.
Name one. Anyway. Josh Carter says, Tennessee checking in. Congrats, fellas. Buckeye Huddle's been a joy to follow. Great content. Best team this year by a mile. Josh, thank you. We have really enjoyed having all these interactions with all these other fan bases. Great conversations with Tennessee fans. Great conversations with Oregon fans, Texas fans, some Notre Dame fans too. I mean, like, it's been like a really nice, like, sometimes the internet can foster positive interactions with others. Believe it or not. Here's one from Dave K. It looked like the Michigan game for a second on that last drive. Puckered up with 3 straight quarterback runs today, and Chip had the guts to let it rip to number 4. The rest is history. Yeah, you had the feeling that was coming, because that's one of those things that football coaches will do. Generally, they are going to set you up, and they're going to throw the haymaker, and it's just sort of a matter of when. And third down is sort of the cliched time to do it, which is why I was thinking, like, I bet second down you're going to take a shot. But third, they ran it, and you could just feel everyone getting a little like, But Notre Dame, Notre Dame is thinking, we just got to get a stop on the run. They're going to run the ball because they want to run the clock. They've had that one-on-one shot to Jerimiyah Smith all game long. I kept waiting for it to happen. As soon as he dropped back and looked that way, I went, oh, okay, I know what this is. I I should really pull up one of those photos. You can talk about one of the next things. You can actually take the next one because I was still underneath here doing photos at halftime, so I missed the fake punt.
Well, here's the thing: we are very, very far away from that. But yeah, like you could see, they were on alert. Like Brandon Innes came in. He's like, he had to come in, to be the returner.
Yeah.
But the rest of the defense was up there. Like they were,
yeah.
they were waiting for it. And I don't know that was it Steve Angeli that threw the pass as the up man, I believe, which is like.
Oh, he was in there?
Yes, that was. I believe that's what it was, and so I don't know if he has a duplicate number with somebody else.
He was what number is he? 16, I think.
18.
18. Yeah, maybe.
So, and it was not a great pass, but they were waiting for something all game long.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of the things we talked about. We talked about this all week about the fact that Notre Dame is going to have to do something. They're going to have to turn Ohio State over on defense, or they're going to have to make a play on special teams to steal a possession. Like it was something we talked about over and over and over again, to the point that I'm sure you guys were like, "All right, we get it. Like we understand," but it was just so obvious, so screamingly obvious that was going to have to be a part of what Notre Dame did to overcome what is a little bit of a talent deficiency that they were facing tonight. And that's not a shot at Notre Dame. That's just Ohio State is probably the single most talented team in the nation, and they were also healthier than Notre Dame. So Notre Dame was at a little bit of a talent deficit. And so that's okay. You knew they were going to have to do some stuff. They were going to have to pull some tricks out to overcome that. And it was just I was not out there for it, but when I heard like a weird noise and like a roar at a time I wasn't expecting it, and it was like, what is going on? Yeah. And then when I get out there, someone explained it to me, and it was like, aha, okay, that makes a lot more sense, because it was just kind of a weird time for the noise that I heard. But yeah, that was I don't get on Marcus Freeman for that. Like I'll get on Marcus Freeman for the fake for the kick in the field goal at the end, but this that's fine.
You got to steal a possession somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Michael says, thanks for the great coverage this season. It's been fun to be a Buckeye Huddle member for this run. Really happy for Ryan Day and this group of seniors. Tony, speaking of being a Buckeye Huddle member.
Oh, here we go.
Hang on. This is one of, I don't know, like, I have a couple big bags, but Kevin has, I know, some. You have some.
Yeah,
so
I think we got you covered.
We have been all through the postseason mailing out bags of confetti to members of Buckeye Huddle. Just this little sandwich bag, just kind of as a fun little thank you for being a member. So we will be doing that again this week. Don't ask me when. I'm trying to wrap my head around how we're going to get through tomorrow.
Well,
awake and alive.
There is a press conference tomorrow morning.
There sure is, and then there's a 9-hour drive home after that. Guess what? It's going to snow anyway.
Well, that's the other thing. We got to get out of Dodge. Like, we will be back. We'll have our bags like at the press conference, and it's like here, hit the valet as soon as Ryan Day says, "Thanks, guys. Have a good day."
So we'll get that out at some point later in the week. So if you want to get in on that action, signing up today at BuckeyeHuddle.com is the way to do that. Dookie G says my score prediction was a little off, but go Bucks. Tom, Tony, Kevin, you guys produced some of the Buckeye.
We do produce.
I think I want to just read this straight. This is the best way to describe what we do. Tom, Tony, and Kevin, you guys produce some of the Buckeye coverage of all time. Which is, listen,
right?
Even the haters are saying it's true.
Thank you for that. Yeah,
we know what you mean. We appreciate that too. But man, I love that.
You're trying to do the thing where you act like earlier today when you suggested somebody made a mistake so they would super chat the correction. That's what you're doing again. It's come on, Tom. Stop fleecing the people.
Treebuck says Jaden Fielding had a huge and perfect night. So happy for him to get that game-sealing field goal.
Sure.
You really have to be happy for him, because that was, he's someone who he's been pretty good all season, but you miss a couple field goals in the Michigan game, and that's all that anyone remembers. So now, this was not the kicking the game-winning field goal in the Rose Bowl like what's his name, Noah Ruggles did back in 2020, the 2022 Rose Bowl. But this was one where you kick that, it's really clutch. It's probably not going to be one. What people are going to remember is the long throw to Jerimiyah Smith. You're not necessarily going to remember the field goal, but at some point you're going to be, when he comes back to Ohio State, in 30 years, it'll be like, oh, that's the guy who kicked the game-clinching field goal in the national championship game.
Yep, that's when everybody knew they could finally breathe.
Yep. Here's one from Chadwick. Team win tonight. Everyone played great. What a wild ride. Thanks for all the content. Y'all have made my commute bearable the last couple of years. It's going to be rough tomorrow. Oh, we'll have more content tomorrow. It'll be fine. But yes, it's going to be a little early. LOL.
No live shows tomorrow.
Well, I mean,
other than the actual stream of the press conference.
Yeah, and I don't know if I told you this.
Oh no.
No, nothing bad.
Okay.
At right before the game, I got a call that said Granville Schools, on the call ID, and I'm like, I bet I know what this is. And due to extreme cold, there's no school tomorrow. Due to the fact that everyone was probably going to stay up until 11:45 or so. Also, there is no school tomorrow. So that was I thought that was well timed.
Is Ohio State having school tomorrow?
Here's the thing about Ohio State. Even if they're having school, sometimes attendance is less than 100%.
It's a state school. I mean,
it is. Yeah, I mean, really, it is in fact a state school. Here's one from Buckeye Ryan. Was watching ESPN postgame, trying to see if you were in the background scooping up confetti.
That's a funny thought.
And you know what? Here's what I was in the back. I was at one point scooping up confetti. Lovely coverage taking me through the season. Yeah, I honestly thought it would be extremely embarrassing. Like, someone asked me, like, what are you doing? And it was like, we're sending this to, we have a website. We have, it's fine. Just mind your business. That's what I should have said.
I was thinking myself, like, I wonder if anybody is watching me do this, like a member or something like that. It's like watching me work. Like, hey, pick up more. You got two pockets there. What are you doing? Come on, you.
I had someone yelling down at me from the stands at one point. It's like, listen. If you want to be a member of Buckeye Huddle, that's the great way to. That's how you get it.
That's the only way to get confetti.
That's.
And again, the eBay confetti is black market and likely fake.
Yes. Yeah. You don't want to get left out in the cold. Like I saw someone talk about getting their ticket invalidated by Ticketmaster, like today, which seems not cool. So yeah, I don't know how.
Do they get their $4,800 back?
I would suspect
the prices never went down. They just continued to go up.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
Yeah. Sorry, I am really trying to wrap my brain around the sequence of events. All I'm trying to do is get the Jerimiyah Smith picture posted in the chat here, but I have to wrap my brain around the sequence of events that is required for me to do it, and it's a 4-step sequence. And
you're in step
Tony,
1.5.
Yeah, well, Tony, it's been a long day. We're gonna get to the next super chat here, and you can read it and react to it. Area Frenchman. Oh,
hey,
yes,
all right.
Yes, Area Frenchman. Oh man, we met Area Frenchman last night. Tony Tom, it was a pleasure meeting you. It was Kelly's first year running our offense, likely to improve exponentially next year. No?
You got a new quarterback, so that will be interesting. And perhaps new running backs, new running game, new offensive line, but some of the same guys that were in this one. So, that's interesting because Chip Kelly will have a better idea of everybody that he has. But, here's the thing, They've dialed back the number of plays so that they can prepare for 16, 17 games. Like, how do you have they don't – I don't want to say they don't want an explosive offense because they do, but how much better could it be than this year when you're losing Will Howard, you're losing TreVeyon Henderson?
Yeah.
I still think they're going to have one of the best offenses in the Big Ten, but you're putting an awful lot of faith in Julian Sain because we don't really know quite what he is. But with Ryan Day, Brian Hartline, Chip Kelly, like they can draw some things up, and they're very good at that. And Carlos Loughlin with the running game, and we'll see about Justin Fry. Like he had a tremendous year this year, coaching and putting an offensive line together. So I'm not. This is still a playoff team vying for a playoff next year. So they'll be fine there. But here's the other thing, Tom. So of like real national championships at Ohio State, the only time they've ever won them is with a guy who's not been a returning starting quarterback. That happened this year. Like it's not a returning starting quarterback. It's gonna, they'll have a new starting quarterback next year. So history suggests that the possibility is there.
Yeah. Have they had any years where they've had a non-recurring starter and not won the national championship? I don't know. I'm not going to go back at the records and look. And there's the Jerimiyah Smith reception. Mike Ferguson says Tom will also be mailing out brisket sandwiches from Buckeyes to members of Buckeye Huddle. Offer not valid in the state of Ohio or any state where Buckeyes is.
So we did stop at Buckeyes on the way here. And good news is that Marcus Hartman took my bag of all of my Buckeyes food because he had like one thing in it, apparently. He's like, well, I better take this so I can have my one thing. And so we will be seeing him tomorrow, and I will be getting all of my snacks back. Now, do you think the cookies, did they hold up? Like I bought some cookies, and they're just like in plastic wrap. They're just I'm worried about them.
Probably a balloon. It was
also, do you think the brisket sandwich that I got 4 days ago is okay now?
Probably. I heard that noise, and I feel like I looked like the cop in the white hat in the shot, the picture where Lee Harvey Oswald's getting shot. Like, yeah.
You were doing the Herb Street, Oklahoma City earthquake.
I didn't like dive behind you or something, so that was good. That was pretty, indirectly heroic of me.
Good job. You're a hero.
Thank you. Dave K says $1,000 super chat if I can get an ND confetti still in the rafters and an ND natty shirt without going to a third world country. The confetti they were shooting was not in the rafters. It was they had like gold confetti, like the streamer kind of stuff dropping from the rafters, and they had this stuff. It just was in boxes, and then they have like basically. It kind of looks like one of those like snowmaking machines at a ski area, and they just like shoot it up there. So if you watch, I have a video that I tweeted out that was, when the clock hits 0 or something like that. And I walked right over and like shot like right next to this machine. You can really see the confetti going up. So
yeah, I think it was, I don't know if it was the Rose Bowl or the Cotton Bowl. I think it was the Cotton Bowl where I'm standing like right next to the cannon, and the guy's like, you might want to move. So I said, thank you, sir.
Put your face right in it.
Yeah. But I will also say, as I'm walking the bowels of this stadium, I am also like scanning, like, is there anything for the members? Like, can I grab anything?
Yeah.
So I do have.
There's 2 sets of goalposts out there that no one's using right now.
Rolled up some turf. I'll be sending that out.
Smart. Yeah. Mike Ferguson says that sound was another golf cart. Man, how blessed are we that there's another meme that's that good? No one got hurt.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's not a problem. How fantastic is that there's another meme that good that involves an Ohio State head coach and a golf cart in the bowels of the stadium?
Well, and don't be surprised if that shows up at a loss. So it'll be gift. It'll be gift as
it'll be gift. Hey, speaking of people we got the chance to hang out with last night, David Turkoleski says, what a night. The last time I had that much fun in an OSU game was 10 days ago in Dallas. This has been an amazing ride for Ohio State fans and also the players and coaches and families and all that stuff. But really, the fans.
I wonder how many people like made it to every playoff game. Like what is it 1,000? Is it?
I don't think it's that many because it's just I know a lot of people who were at the Rose Bowl and this, or at the Tennessee game and this. This is a lot of money. We'll get there. You friends have to wait to see. We'll get there. This was expensive.
Yeah.
And I do think the college football playoff needs to really think through revamping the system a little bit to make it a little more viable for fans to get. Like, I know, Tony, no one loves their corporate champions more than
Right,
the folks
correct.
who run college sports. But it would really be tremendous for people if the quarterfinals were also on campuses. And then, first of all, you get that great campus atmosphere. But second of all, people don't have to get on an airplane and get 4 days of hotel, and like that would not be a bad thing.
And also, how about more than 500 student tickets for the championship game, which
Well,
is ridiculous.
Yeah. That was, but I will say sometimes these games can be a little corporate, and it's a little bit like, well, I'm just here to see
Right.
and be seen, and
Like the media party last night.
because I'm the the CFO at some company that has a big tower with its name on it down the street. This was a football crowd.
This
This
was
was a
awesome.
football crowd. This was a great atmosphere, and this has been a couple of these where the Cotton Bowl in Texas. That's helped a lot by the fact that Texas is right there. You got to stop. I'm not even going to look, but it was helped a lot by the fact that Texas was there. But we got a chance to see 3 great atmospheres. The Rose Bowl is always a great atmosphere, because that's a ton of people coming in from out of town and who are excited to be at the Rose Bowl. The Cotton Bowl was great because it was a ton of Texas people who had an easy trip, so you had like a real college atmosphere. And then this was great because this was 2 fan bases that were really itching for this is the chance to do this. And they got they showed up. Tickets never dropped.
Never.
I mean,
They
tickets
just kept going
never
up.
dropped. I do think it's really funny that you have the SEC derps who will, can't wait to tell you, well, look, the TV ratings for the Penn State, Notre Dame, Orange Bowl were down, and that's because people in the North don't care about football. Second biggest conference championship or national championship attendance ever, highest ticket prices ever. I don't know. Either the people in the SEC country don't care about football, or they're just broke boys. I don't know. Which one do you think it is, Tony? And I'm going to make you ask it. I will put in a super chat for $2 and make you answer that question if you don't answer it now.
But I think the Tennessee game, I think the Ohio State fan base was challenged at that point, and then they just kept stepping up to the challenge, and were well. Let me ask you: they sounded louder to me in this game the entire time, but before the game was even over, like early on, the Ohio State fans sounded louder. But I'm also on the Ohio State side of things.
Yeah, I found that when I was on the Ohio State side, I was like, wow, the Ohio State side is deafening. And then went to the Notre Dame side. I was like, wow,
okay.
The Notre Dame side is deafening. It was like 60-40 Ohio State fans. I was looking around. I kind of talked to some of the folks down there, got a consensus. Consensus was about 60-40 Ohio State. But that's not like, oh, Notre Dame fans should be shamed for not showing up. Both fan bases showed up.
Yep.
And this was an expensive game, and there were a lot of people who showed up in Atlanta and didn't get in, who wanted to get in. Like this is, there are games where Ohio State will, like the TCU game in 2018. Ohio State went down there, and it was a TCU home game, and it was 80% Ohio State fans. This wasn't that. This was 2 fan bases that were really legitimately excited to be here and got to watch what turned out to be a little bit of a dramatic football game.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the first quarter or so. I tweeted like, "This is not a corporate affair. This is not a corporate. This is an actual football game."
Yeah,
and you had a lot of people who paid a lot of money for tickets, and they were into it. We always talk about how the road fans are always loud.
Yeah,
and then if you could just get the road fans at home all the time, but like
Yep.
these were two sets of road fans, and they were loud. It was good
for sure. Mike Smith says Will Howard put H.O. Zaire, Desmond Howard, and every SEC pundit in a body bag this playoffs, and it feels so.
Because I think it was I don't remember which Acho it was, but they said that Will Howard was he was the worst of the 4 quarterbacks in the semifinals, which
he's the worst of the 2 Achos. So
well, that is true. And Malik Zaire has clearly just been trolling people. Desmond Howard is clearly just Desmond Howard.
If you haven't figured out Desmond Howard's shtick yet, like we should not have to explain this to you. He is like, what generation are we on? He's like Gen Z Mark May. Like Mark May was like millennial. era, and now Desmond Howard is Gen Z Mark May, which
He's-
brackets not complimentary, brackets derogatory. Yeah.
And it kind of felt to me like he was picking Ohio State previously, just so that he could pick them to lose in this one and enjoy the fall from grace.
Yes. This is what Tony was laughing at. Gordon Jappler, which is funny in and of itself. I'm surprised the golf cart accident didn't happen live on the stream. That's the sort of audio experience I've come to expect from Buckeye Weekly. Young offensive line gives me hope for 25.
Yeah, that is a disappointment that we didn't get that for you. That's our fault. But the young offensive line, you've got guys. The interior has gotten so much experience, and now you're bringing in some tackles, and you've also got some young tackles who've gotten a little bit of experience. So I think there's some there with the offensive line next year, which Julian Sand or whoever's going to be starting at quarterback is going to need. So yeah, I think Ryan Day and the staff feels a lot better about the offensive line now, and I am interested in the fall if they do the whole chicken pox party and get everybody sick again. Because I'll tell you what, that virus has paid off.
Yeah.
Back in August.
The offensive line, if you don't remember, had what Ryan Day described as, quote, a funky virus, and it went through the room and it forced them to sort of shuffle guys and try guys in different spots because it was like, well, these three guys are out today, so now we got to figure out how to patch it. And then when Josh Simmons went down, when Seth McLaughlin went down, they had already kind of had to shuffle some guys and fill some guys in. One person we haven't talked about, and I do want to we got to get through these super chats, and I want to talk about Emeka Egbuka. We actually got a chance to talk to Emeka Egbuka on the field after the game. I want to let you hear that a little bit. But one guy that I think needs to get, we went through some of the list of the unsung guys. Do you remember how much Carson Hinsman played in the first half of the season?
Not very much.
Like none?
Yeah.
None or less than none?
And this is after battling for a starting job at right guard.
Yeah.
With Tigger Shabola.
He was part of he started all last year and then was just a complete non-factor for the first half of the season. And then in the back half of the season, he ended up starting at center. First starting at guard and then moving over to center after Seth McLaughlin got hurt. And they just won the national championship with him at center. Was it perfect? No. Did they win the national championship? Yes, they sure did. Here's one from Mike Ferguson. Hopefully get another bench dragging for next year for good luck. The Buckeye Weekly Sonic experience remains consistent, and that is the best thing you can say about it. Mike Smith says, after Oregon, they had duck. After Texas, they had steak. What now? Lucky Charms?
Irish stew?
Irish stew, like a shepherd's pie wouldn't be bad. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
By the way, I did tweet out after Jaden Fielding kicked that the Jaden Fielding gave an Irish goodbye.
Oh, that's good content right there. That is good content. All right. So right now, I want to let you guys, we're going to go let you hear a little bit from Emeka Egbuka. Got a chance to just grab him on the field. It was not even I shouldn't say I got a chance to grab him. Someone grabbed him on the field, and then there were like five people around him, and I just kind of threw my camera in there. So I can't even tell you this was the first question and set it up. So let's run the Emeka Egbuka sound.
Chip looks like he was calling a really good game, and you knew you were going up against a good defense. Describe how you guys were executing so well and how it felt.
Yeah, we were just executing everything like we did in walkthroughs and practice. We got some different looks that we didn't expect, but Will did his job in getting the checks and everything right, and guys were just making plays. That's what it's about.
You guys had to win some one-on-one battles in that first set, the wide receiver group. Did you guys feel like, you didn't know what to expect, I guess, coming in? But once the game got going, how did it feel going up against these DBs?
I mean, we're confident in our ability no matter who steps up and lines up across from us. We knew we were going to have to face one-on-one battles all day long, whether it was man coverage or some other type of coverage. But I think we won what we needed to.
And then the last play, that 3rd and 11 down to Smith there to clinch the game. What was your view on that, and just how important was that play?
I mean, I was happy, but I wanted to close out the game first, so I wasn't celebrating like everybody else was. But no, it was a big play for the freshman. And, tons of love for that guy. He's amazing. He's going to have an amazing career here and in the NFL.
To go back to the first couple weeks of December.
Can we get one picture for the Spoiler family real quick?
Yeah.
And could you introduce yourself for the people who don't know?
If you go back to those first couple weeks of December, do you look back at moments where you felt like the team hasn't reset itself to set us up for a run like this?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of hard conversations that had to be had, a lot of adversity that we faced, but God brought us through all of it.
Michael, we could see your emotion on stage. Just what does this mean to you?
I just can't even put it into words. It's a culmination of everything that I felt over the last 4 years here, and just sharing this moment with my brothers, and just indebted to Jesus for this moment.
What was it that made Will Howard a perfect quarterback for this team?
His mentality, his personality. He was a perfect fit from the moment he stepped on campus, and he's a Buckeye through and through. And I wouldn't rather have anyone else leading our team.
Who's your greatest mentor on the team?
My greatest mentors on the team in past years were Cam Babb and Xavier Johnson, and now it's probably TreVeyon, Henderson, and G. Scott.
What would you tell them if they were watching right now?
Well, I'm going to go see them in the locker room, so I'm going to tell them.
Who's this describe the last 2 months for the lows to the highs now? What's it been like?
It's been hard. It's been difficult. We put a lot of work to get to this moment. But we had all right, bet. Appreciate you guys. God bless.
And there you see Emeka Egbuka, who afterwards, talking with him in the locker room, Brian Hartline came up to him and basically said, "This is forever." And that's what the national championship means. And you see now also forever in the record books, 205 career catches, and is now the second Ohio State receiver ever to have 2 1,000-yard receiving seasons. Joins his classmate Marvin Harrison Jr. and that is the only Ohio State Buckeye with 2 70 reception seasons. Finished this year with 81 catches for 1,011 yards, 10 touchdowns, and there you see, just short, but he doesn't care.
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's amazing. 20 yards short of the, or 30 yards short of the school career record. I mean, think about that. That's just like one more passing garbage time against Rutgers in 2022 or whatever, and he's there. But guess what? If you're on that list, those are all names that people know. There's not a lot of like who-dats on that list. If you put up a career record like that at Ohio State, that's that's going to be.
How about this for a number 3 receiver season? Carnell Tate, 52 catches, 733 yards. That's not third fiddle. Like that's second fiddle and a half. Like that's a very good season for a wide receiver. Now again, 15, 16 games, you're going to put up some numbers, but he had a good game in this one again. He finished strong in the playoffs for sure.
Yeah. He I think he's someone that is going to be remembered as a bigger part of this team a year or two from now than he is right now. He just kind of has always been a little bit below the radar for whatever reason. And that's, Terry McLaurin was like that when he was at Ohio State. And, you had the big plays. He had that 80-yard touchdown against Wisconsin in the Big Ten championship game or whatever that was. But you didn't look at Terry McLaurin. People didn't talk about Terry McLaurin when he was at Ohio State as like, this guy is the greatest receiver in the country. And he has sort of proven out to be kind of that at the NFL level. I think you're going to, with Emeka Egbuka, we've said this before, he's never been the best receiver on the team, but he's been so consistently good for his entire career. Going back to his freshman year, he's been so consistently good. There's value in that.
He's never been the best receiver here, but he's always at sophomore and beyond has been one of the best receivers in the nation. And he was again this year. And any coach in the nation would take him for any number of reasons because he can run any route. He will block. He's strong. He's big. Like, he is a physical guy. He saw him making moves. He can run the ball. He can do whatever you need. He's been the perfect teammate as well.
Yeah, and he's someone who just has always done all the things you need him to do. And I see a bunch of people in the chat talking about the fact that they would never have guessed that KJ Hill was the career receptions leader. But KJ Hill, you'd say all the same stuff about KJ Hill. Like there is a type who breaks that record. And KJ Hill, Paris Campbell, I think holds the single season receptions record. I believe that's right, or he did before Jackson Smith. He did before Jackson Smith and Jager broke it. But again, these are guys who you would say the same thing about all of those guys. It's just like there is a type, and it's not necessarily the guy that goes in the top 5 of the NFL draft. Emeka Egbuka is going to go probably higher than KJ Hill did, but there is just that, like, that's the absolute great teammate. Like that's what gets you on that list.
Emeka Egbuka is now the 4th Ohio State wide receiver with 80 receptions or more in a season. He joins David Boston, who had 85 in 1998.
Mm-hmm.
Paris Campbell had 90 in 2018, and then Jackson Smith and Jigba with his 95 in 2021.
Yeah. So let's see. I'm just kind of scrolling through this. I'm trying to think. What have we not talked about that we need to talk about? Here we go. How about Will Howard?
The offensive MVP.
Thank you. Will Howard, saving your best for last, indeed. Yes, 17 to 21. He started 11 for 11, something like that. 12 for 12.
12 for 12, or maybe 13 for 13.
They put up on the scoreboard. Will Howard. It was 13 for 13 because they put up on the scoreboard. Will Howard is just broken the national championship record for most consecutive passes completed in a game, and immediately the next. I mean, it was up there, and 30 seconds later he threw an incompletion. It was like, well, I know whose fault that is.
Yeah.
It's the guy running the scoreboard. I took a picture of it, so it's in our photo thing.
One of your bold predictions was that he would have 8 consecutive completions.
Yes, well,
you were wrong.
Extremely bold. I was extremely bold. 17 for 21, 231 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, 16 rushes for 57 yards. Like that's Riley Leonard did an awful lot on the ground. It felt like it was really all on that first drive.
9 carries for 34 yards on the first drive.
17 carries, 40 yards as it ended up.
Long of 8.
Yeah, we got to talk about that next. But yeah, I mean, there's the battle of the two quarterbacks. 17 to 21, 231 yards, 2 touchdowns, 16 carries for 57 yards, 22 of 31, 255 yards, 2 touchdowns, 17 carries for 40 yards, 1 touchdown. What would you have laid as odds on Will Howard runs for more yards than Riley Leonard, but throws for fewer yards than Riley Leonard?
Yeah,
they throw for the same number of touchdowns. That feels like one of those things where if you told me that sequence of things, I would have been like, the score is, boy, I don't know.
I don't know how to translate that. But clearly,
31 to orange.
Yeah, exactly. Clearly, Will Howard running was part of this game plan coming into it.
Yeah.
And he was effective in it. He led them with 16 carries, and 2 of those were sacks. So he still led them with 14 actual rushes. He did a good job of scrambling. And even the 2 sacks, one was a scramble, was just barely got tackled by Josh Burnham. And then the other one was I think an RPO where he kept it and he was going to throw it, but somebody flashed, so then he had to hold it. And he got sacked.
Yeah.
It's like if you're going to keep that RPO, you got to get rid of it, and they didn't. So those 2 sacks, but other than that, he was very effective, and even his long was only 11, but he had some key runs in there. Yeah. Interestingly, that first drive for Notre Dame, I think they were 3 for 3 on third downs, but Ohio State at one point they were 6 for 6 on third downs.
They were
before
8 for 9 or 9 for 10 at one point. You watch the 2 drives, Notre Dame goes down and scores a touchdown. Ohio State goes down and scores a touchdown. You're in the second quarter, and each team has had 1 possession. But the way Notre Dame went down the field, it was like, well, they had to convert. I think did they convert 2 fourth downs on that drive? I mean, just watching it, you just kind of went, well, Ohio State can do this a lot more than many, many more times than Notre Dame can. The guy TreVeyon, Ohio State has won the national championship, and all anyone can talk about is the golf cart video. And you know what? I get it, 100%. I get it. TreVeyon says just so the golf cart video. LOL. The driver ran for the hills. Yeah, that is.
She runs into the wall, and then she's like, "Oh no, not again!" And she just runs off.
That was
not another cart, not another coach. I'm in so much trouble.
That's like you're an honorary resident of Michigan now. Boy, that's oh man, over Rico says UGA student. Listen.
Oh wait, we should have said that. That's a good one.
We should. That is even better. Yeah. We've talked about the special teams.
Yeah.
The special teams do deserve a little bit of a shout out, because what did the special teams have to do? The special teams had to have a clean game. The special teams had a clean game. Like, that's Rob Keys, Gunnar Daniel deserve a lot of credit, because those are the guys who are, they're not, among the like 10 big name, big contract guys. They put out a clean special teams game at the time when you needed it. They hit, Jaden Fielding hits a field goal when they absolutely had to have it. They just kicked the ball out the back of the end zone. You didn't get into any of you didn't give Notre Dame a chance to run back a kickoff. Notre Dame on special teams on punts. Did they have a punt return? Yeah, one punt return for 10 yards. That was it. And then the missed field goal from Notre Dame, which was, you credit karma for that.
Yeah, that's
as opposed to
right.
Yeah,
that's ball, not lying.
Yes, yeah. That was one of the more ball don't lie moments of the game for sure. Let's see what we got left. Leonard's number. You know what? We do need to give credit to Jaden Greathouse.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
He is
really impressive.
That
today.
was 6 plays, 6 catches, 128 yards. That was, he had the one. I think it was a touchdown. If not, I think it was a touchdown where he catches it right, and someone's like tackling him right as he gets it, and he spins out of it. And someone else comes in.
Caleb Downs misses him the second time.
Yeah, Caleb Downs comes in and he spins out of it. It is not easy to make Caleb Downs miss a tackle. And then I think he beat someone or took it. So got an angle at someone and scored a touchdown. That was like really kind of the only big play threat that Notre Dame had, because the long run of the day was 9 yards. Notre Dame's running backs, 7 carries for 16 yards.
Yeah, they just went with Riley Leonard, and then it's 21-7 before you kind of know it.
Yeah, and then Mitchell Evans had the 33-yarder on Sonny Styles, I think. But then the other receivers, Bo Collins, long of 12, Raritan, the tight end, long of 14, Mitchell, long of Mitchell, who had Chris Mitchell had he was like the first play of the game or second play of the game. And I'm like, we reviewed 3 games. I don't recall seeing him. I don't recall saying his name. I'm like,
we did not.
I swear we watched this team. I promise. But that it's one play for Mitchell Evans for 33 yards. No one else had. There were no other plays of the day longer than like 12. And then Jaden Greathouse goes 34 yards for the touchdown, 30 yards, 11 yards, 6 yards. 30 yards, 17 yards. I mean, like that. He was like pretty much the offense for Notre Dame, because you watch the first drive and Riley Leonard is just running the ball and running the ball and running the ball, and it's like, this is great that you scored a touchdown. If you try and do that 2 more times, he's going to be legally dead.
Well, and I guess after that first drive, he came off the field and was throwing up.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, because he was getting the ever-living crap kicked out of him. And it's like, that's great. You can't keep doing that, or you are going to, like, you're going to get a wellness check on the sideline from the authorities. Like, that was not going to be a viable solution moving forward.
I'm looking at the explosive plays of both teams, and explosive play being passing plays of 15 yards and rushing plays of 10 yards. Notre Dame had 5 explosive pass plays, 0 explosive running plays. As you said, there are no runs over 8 or 9 yards. Ohio State, meanwhile, had 6 rushes of 10 or more yards and 7 passes of 15 or more yards. But the only thing over 24 yards was the final throw to Jerimiyah Smith. And again, that should not have been the only time they went deep to him. I don't understand that one, but you know what? It eventually worked out. The rushing, they had a 19-yarder, a 13-yarder, 3 11-yarders, and then, of course, the 70-yarder to the 5-yard line for Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah. This was a game that Ohio State deserved to win. It was a game that Ohio State was pretty consistently in control of. The only time that you really thought, oh, look at Notre Dame, was on the opening drive. And after the opening drive, it was kind of like, Ohio State got to a point where when it was 28-7 after halftime, and then it was 31-7 with, halfway through the third quarter, it was like, well, it was a lot like where Oregon was in the second half of the Rose Bowl, where it was like the score was, I think, literally the same.
34-15.
Yeah, well, it was 34-15. It was 31-15 here, but you got to a point where it's like Notre Dame goes down the field, 10 plays, 75 yards, 4:49 off the clock, and they make the 2-point conversion, so it's 31-15, and it's like, good for you. Now all you need to do is get the offense that you haven't been able to stop off the field quickly, and then you need to do that 3 more times.
Yeah.
And it was, well, they needed to do it 2 more times and make 2 more 2-point conversions, and then they needed to go to overtime. I was already thinking, like, if Notre Dame ties this up and gets it to go to overtime, the tweet I was going to send, because, Tony, we love to poke the bear.
Correct.
Ohio State fans have to feel optimistic because Notre Dame has already had to burn 2 of its best 2-point conversion plays. I thought, I'm going to send this, and people are going to be the maddest they've ever been in their lives. But it also will be factually correct, so they can't actually get mad at me.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a game where you kind of were just doing the clock math in your head, and it's like you can't take 4:49 to go down the field. Now the second drive, the one in the fourth quarter, it was 6 plays, 80 yards, 210. But at that point, you're going from 6 minutes to 4 minutes. And again, it was like Ohio State got the ball back, and they needed 3 first downs, and that was going to be it. And they got that, and they kicked the field goal, and and then it was Notre Dame really didn't have any kind of serious.
I'm just looking at this, and when we talked about what could Notre Dame score, the high end was always like 24 points.
Yeah.
And that was the high end of what they could score. And you look like Ohio State had 8 possessions in this game. Notre Dame did so many things right in terms of like trying to keep this, trying to limit Ohio State. Now they couldn't stop them, but they were doing what they could to limit them. But that first drive, that's great. That was not going to be sustainable, and you saw that it wasn't. It was, I guess, you try to let's let's get some momentum early on, and we know we're going to pound it, and then we've got to adjust kind of after that, because Ohio State's going to adjust to the quarterback run, bring in more linebackers, whatever, and then we've got to figure out how else. What are we going to do next? Yeah. And there was no next until the end, when Ohio State kind of let off the gas and was just running out the clock. Yeah. Doing some trestle ball, which I was down there in the field. Jim Tressel and his wife Ellen singing Carmen, Ohio with the team as well. So they had a good time.
So sorry, I just wanted to go back through the. We've already done a bunch of the. We've kind of done most of the photos that I wanted to get through. We should talk briefly about the penalties, just because it was a lot of defensive flags, and they were all legitimate. Like they were all. There was not one that I looked at and I thought that's a bad call.
Right.
There was a lot of flags, and it was at a point when Notre Dame was not throwing the ball particularly consistently down the field. So it was some of them felt a little unnecessary, but it definitely did keep that Notre Dame drive alive. It just felt like, with as inconsistent as Leonard was in throwing the ball, let him throw it up, and don't give them a free first down.
It's interesting because early on, he was making some very bad throws. The accuracy was not there. They were behind his receivers. He was throwing at the feet of his receivers. But then I don't know what – I think he probably finished very, very he may have been 16 for 17 over the last quarter or so of the game. I'm not sure exactly what his numbers were, because he was not great early on, and he got much better. But Ohio State had kind of, as we said, let off a little bit, and they tried to make him beat him, and he couldn't do it, I guess.
Yep. Check let's see, just want to switch the shot just so something new and exciting to look at. Uncle Rico says the Ibuka fumble was the turning point, went from likely icing the game to suddenly becoming a game, and that's exactly right. It was that was a drive where Notre Dame had still not stopped Ohio State all game long. That was a drive that started at the 3-minute mark of the third quarter. 3 minutes left in the third quarter, and Ohio State had 5 drives and scored 31 points on those. If you were averaging more than 6 points per drive, you were doing it just fine. And that was the first time that Ohio State got stopped. And it was, again, you credit Notre Dame because that was a heck of a play. That was not a, oops, I dropped the football. It got punched out great effort play. But that was unquestionably, it felt like there were like 6 times in the second half where it was like, if Ohio State just makes this play, the game is over. That Notre Dame had a 4th down, I think, on the drive before that. It's like, if they get stopped here, the game is over, and they picked it up. And then they got a 3rd down a 3rd down or something, and it was like, if Ohio State makes this play, the game is over. And that drive, if Ohio State finishes that drive, and they were down into the red zone, where did that drive end? The 21, so almost in the red zone. And it was like, if they just finish this drive off with any kind of points, if they just, that was 14:46 left in the fourth quarter. If they had just taken 3 knees and kicked a field goal at that point, you run another minute and a half off the clock. You give it back to Notre Dame with the score being 34 to Tony, my head hurts. 34 to 15. Yes, 34 to 15 at that point. And at that point, it's a 3-score game, and you're in the fourth quarter, and the game is functionally dead. It was like that was a stop that Notre Dame absolutely had to have, and to their credit, they got it. That was a great effort play.
How about that 3rd down pass to Brandon Ennis as Will Howard is about to get sacked, and I don't know, 3rd read, 4th read, flips it out there and see 19 yards on that catch and picks up a 1st down. And he's done that a few times this year, and I think that's going to be a confidence booster for him next year. Clearly, he's expecting to play quite a bit, and I wouldn't doubt that he will as the slot receiver with Jerimiyah Smith and Carnell Tate on the outside.
Yeah, that feels very much like a very easy slide him in and roll with it kind of thing. That was a he came in as a 5-star number 1 receiver in the country kind of recruit, and has been patient. He's been, but I think one thing that's a little telling to me is he was up there on the stage, like with a lot of the veteran guys, he's up there on the stage. So that, that tells me he's someone who's respected, and you're not up there by accident. Like you didn't have like, oh, here's the 5th string right guard, like that. Those are guys who are up there who are a big part of the team, who are team leaders. That I think is a testament. So people want to know if they're dismantling the stadium. No, what they're doing is they're taking down, like they had TV monitors and stuff in here. If you watch the behind the scenes video I did earlier, I walked through it, and there's like all these like TV monitor cases. It's because they put TV monitors in here so we can see what's going on when we're in here. And so they're sort of disassembling all that stuff. I did look out on the field earlier, and there's still an absolute ton of confetti. So when we do wrap this up, we're not wrapping it up yet. Just want to make sure we're clear. We're not wrapping it up yet. Kevin is back at the hotel, so we will ultimately hand this back off to Kevin and Mark at some point. But we do want to keep going, because I know you guys have plenty of stuff to talk about. Feel free to throw super chats in there. We'll get to all that stuff as much as we can. We talked about Jaden Greathouse. That was important. Defensively, Notre Dame, Xavier Watts, like impressive. He is the real deal. Six solo tackles, 8 tackles total. Had a TFL, had a pass breakup. I did Drake Bowen, linebacker. He also had 8 tackles, 7 solo. He is one of the most unrepentant trash talkers I have ever seen on the field. Like he was it was like he made a bunch of plays, and he was chirping like a defensive back after every single one of them. And I put something on Twitter at halftime, and it was like he talks more than I've ever seen for a guy whose defense is giving up 7.0 points per drive.
Well, and Mitchell Evans was talking, I think, to David Sneak-Benosin or somebody as well when it was not a close game, and he was getting after him, but he still made some plays. Wadsworth, Ohio, if I recall correctly, for Mitchell Evans. So I don't know that he got an Ohio State offer, and maybe that was a little bothersome.
But you go through the list of the Notre Dame defenders. Notre Dame's defense, for a team that gave up as many touchdowns as they did, Leonard Moore, once again, Leonard Moore played absolutely fine. Yeah, I don't recall Leonard Moore getting picked on.
Well,
particularly.
No.
Am I forgetting one?
No. What, the interesting thing was the first Jerimiyah Smith touchdown, which was
like a motion for
switch.
Yeah. It looked like he was motioning to take an end around, and then it did a 180
before the play because of the way he was lined up. Leonard Moore was like pointing at him, saying, "There's something funky. Watch this end around." So he went and he was like, "I'm going to beat this end around," and of course that's exactly what Ohio State wanted them to think, and it worked. And that's one of those things where you expect you have such respect for the scouting of the opponent. It's like, we're going to line them up here. They're going to know it's a reverse. They're going to know it's an end around. Let's play into that. Devontae Smith with Alabama, they did that against Ohio State. They pulled that. Sark did that. They ran another Sark play tonight outside of that one. Some of the wheel routes in the red zone. That's not exactly Sark, but that's the most recent approximation of it. And so they got Leonard Moore on that touchdown. Tom, that was one of my bold predictions. Jerimiyah Smith would score a touchdown on Leonard Moore. I believe that was a 2-pointer. Just so you know.
Well,
you sound disappointed.
I think I got my 3-pointer, but anyway, you mentioned Joshua Burnham earlier, but I think Joshua Burnham, he had that one play that you talked about that I also had noticed and wanted, sort of made a mental note to mention, like an incredible shoestring tackle on Will Howard, where he's getting blocked, disengages from the block, and somehow lunges and catches Will Howard's toe, and that was a play that turned what probably would have been a first down run into a loss of 1. That was impressive. The other person we need to mention is Kingston Viliamu-Asa, true freshman linebacker for Notre Dame. True freshman, 4 tackles in the national championship game. I mean, that's, as a true freshman to be in that kind of position, that's pretty good. That is you have a bright future, young man.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Everybody in the nation was after him, and he showed why in this game tonight.
Yeah.
And he's done that for much of the season as well.
Yeah. I'm like reflexively checking the comments after the pregame show for like all the spammers spamming the watch live or college football stream thing. But yeah, and on the Ohio State side of things, on the defensive side of the ball, Tony, you're never going to guess who led Ohio State in tackles yet again this game.
Yet again, Cody Simon, another sack for Sonny Styles in this one. They continue to do well with him attacking. JT Tuimoloau, a sack and 2 tackles for loss. Tyleik Williams got a tackle for loss. Jack Sawyer, relatively quiet, but still creating pressure. And, honestly, I thought Notre Dame's tackles held up better than I expected them to, but there was still a lot of pressure on Riley Leonard, and he was able to get out of it. He was able to escape and get a scrambling, which he's very good at. So he made the offensive line better than they were, because they were getting pushed around here and there, and there was some casts. I don't know that there was all that much blitzing in this one. I think they were just kind of let the front 4 work and then stay back, and then stay very far back, I guess, in the fourth quarter as they're getting diced up. I don't know. I was in a freight elevator, so I missed much of the fourth quarter.
That was one where I was hoping that you would have had a better view of it than I did, because we talk about this pretty much after every game. There's certain stuff that I'm on field level and looking through the offensive and defensive lines like I do. I have
we'll have to
only the vaguest sense of
rewatch the game when we get home tomorrow night. Do not go directly to the DVR. Do not go to bed.
Do not greet your family. Do not
collect $200.
Yes. Yes. So, yes, Kevin is in the chat and letting you know that he will be, Kevin and Mark are going to be taking back over in just a few minutes. But man, Sonny Styles, he had the play against Mitchell Evans where he gave up a long completion, but another nice. I mean, this is both linebackers played, I thought, a pretty nice game. Styles got a sack and 3 solo tackles. I mean, he had a nice solid game. If the opposing running backs finish with 7 carries for 16 yards, that tells me your defensive line and your linebackers had a pretty darn good game.
Yeah, it's impressive the way they limited them. And the thing is, like, you stop the run and you run the ball and you win. Now, they way outpaced Notre Dame, and yet it was still a 1-score game at the end. And that's, again, a testament to Notre Dame. They just won't die. Shouldn't have necessarily been that close based on the way they ran the ball, but it was. And yet, Ohio State made the plays at the end. They were able to just kind of just be good enough. And then when you want to throw that knockout punch to Jerimiyah, I don't know why they waited so long to do it, but it was effective, and they pulled it out at the right time.
Yeah, I kept thinking, boy, it's right there, and I don't know if they thought they were going to get baited into something or what.
Right.
All game long, I kept thinking, it's coming. This is it. Look, they're going to do it.
A lot of respect, I think, to Xavier Watts, but also, I was going to say also to Leonard Moore, but I don't think they really care about the corners.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that really is ever in their mind. Yep. And of course, that long pass was given up on Christian Gray.
Yep. Let's take one more run through these pictures. It was. I mean, what was your experience down on the field at the end of the game? Did you talk to people? Did you overhear conversations? Like, what was that like?
Well, let's see. I can't remember everybody I talked to. Talked to Beanie Wells. Talked to Maurice Claret. Talked to Josh Fryer. Josh Fryer was hugging somebody and then got tackled by that same person and it was down on the ground. There was like talking to Josh Fryer. Like I can't put this into words, but you just like the smile. Is all of the words that you need. I did not bother Jim Tressel. Was starting to, and then Carmen, Ohio came on. I was like, well, I'll just stand back here. Let's see, it's a constant chaos, but a lot of my time was spent just shooting the stage and watching the players like want to, as we said at the start of the show, like wanting to pick up the trophy. But the coaches and family, a ton of emotion as you're seeing there, just being poured out all over the place.
And I have a picture of Josh Fryer. I'm going to punch up here from this was during Carmen, Ohio. He's up on the stage facing away from me. Is it because I was on the wrong side? No, it's because I artistically wanted this shot with his name on it. But that is him doing the H at the end of Carmen, Ohio. It was just, I don't know. I don't know if it was like a combination of joy and relief. It's probably a little bit of like relief that it's over, because this has been a long process and it has been an intense process. They have been in, final exam mode week in terms of a football team for the last month and a half. That's tough. It is hard to, I remember talking when I worked in Detroit, at the ABC station up there, Bo Schembechler did a show called Big Ten Ticket. He would be in the station on Fridays, and I would always make an excuse to go talk to Bo Schembechler for 20 minutes because, what the hell? Why would you not?
Right.
If you have access to Bo Schembechler, I recommend you take advantage of it. And I remember talking to him about getting a team up for a game, and it's like, his theory was you had only so many times you'd get a team up for a game, and it was very hard to get a team up for 2 games in a row, and that was where this team has had to be up for 4 games in a row, and penalty wise, there's a little bit with Texas that they didn't play their best, most complete game against Texas. Texas is a pretty darn good team. they could have finished Notre Dame a little better. Notre Dame's a pretty darn good team. I mean, Notre Dame is a team that has beaten Georgia and beaten Penn State.
See the picture on Twitter of Jerimiyah Smith.
Yes, yeah. This is a team that was pretty darn up for 4 games in a row.
Yeah.
That's not easy, and someone has to win, I guess. So, and someone has to be up for the game. But that is a real testament to, I think, not just the coaching staff, but also, I mean, really maybe even more so the senior leadership, because that is it means more coming from a peer than it does from a coach, and I think that's something that this team, in terms of veteran leadership, that I think is a big part of how they got to this point.
There's a comment about the third and long to Jerimiyah Smith that you kind of just felt like that ball was going to go to Jerimiyah, like when it 3rd and 11, and I'm the same way. Like this was the opportunity, and the coverage was there. Looking at it live, like the way they had it, you understood. I guess you understood why they would do it, but since they hadn't thrown to Jerimiyah deep all game long, well, they're not going to do it now, right?
Yeah.
3rd and 11 late. No, they are, and they finally allowed it, and he was due. And if you need a play in that moment, who's the guy you're going to go to right there?
Yeah, it's the oldest cliche in football. When in doubt, lean on a true freshman in the biggest moment of the season. It's
of course
you're hearing it more and more.
So he finished with this year 1,315 yards receiving, 15 touchdowns, 76 receptions.
15 touchdowns. What's the Terry Glenn record? 17?
I think so, yeah. And, of course, he also had a rushing touchdown, not in this game, but 6 rushes, 47 yards on the season with 1 touchdown. An incredible freshman season. And made one last play there to put a cap on his special season.
Yep, there he is, Jerimiyah Smith, the truth. 5 catches for 88 yards, 5 catches on 7 targets, 1 touchdown. That's not bad. So I see Mark and Kevin are sitting down, so we can we can wrap it up.
Boy, this has been a crazy ride, and I predicted it, so no big deal. I don't know if I did or not. I was just going to take credit for it now.
Yeah.
We do want to thank everybody. Hit that thumbs up before we go. We'd appreciate that. And stay with Mark and Kevin after we go, and we're just going to hand it right off to them. But we will say thanks everybody for sticking around, and we will hand it off to Mark and Kevin now. We take it away, toys.
Welcome to Buckeyes Tomorrow Morning. No, that's not the right show. That's not the right show.
You guys, if you guys do it right now, we don't have to do it when I get back to the hotel. Just saying.
We can just sit there and pretend that it is. We can just pretend that it is.
Welcome to our new morning show, Buckeyes at noon.
How many days until
Skull Session Recruiting Podcast? Or you think you guys are getting thrown out?
How many days until the Texas game?
I'll tell you when we're off the air.
There you go. There you go.
See you guys.
Get on the shuttle. It is cold outside. I don't want my boys having to walk. And they are gone, just like that. Let's drop the photo out. Tom's handy photo work, which we all love here at BuckeyeHuddle.com. I'm joined by Mark Givler, of course. And wow. I mean, I know you've already talked about the game at length. This is, my first opportunity, but, for people who have, we've been on the air for 3 hours and 12 minutes. Nobody goes deeper with the postgame show than Buckeye Huddle. I mean, just, maybe a re-summary of your thoughts of the game, because you were in a very different scenario than we were in the stadium and all the crap going on and everything else. You were able to focus a little more on it.
Yeah, I thought it'd be lower scoring. I had Ohio State winning by 8, but I had it 21-13, and a lot of my reasoning was that I thought there'd be just a very few amount of possessions, and I was right. But what I didn't anticipate was that Ohio State would just score touchdowns on all of their possessions, and so. I was a little surprised how I'll say easily, because they had to convert a lot of third downs. Will Howard was really good on third down tonight, but I was a little surprised.
12 on third down.
Yeah. And I think they converted like their first 7 or something crazy. So it wasn't like super easy, but I was still a little surprised how easy they were making it look offensively. Those first 4 drives. Notre Dame's obviously got a very good defense, and that was kind of the strength of their team this year. And I think a lot of people thought that, they'd try and, muck it up and do a 12-round fight. And Ohio State just didn't really have any of that at the beginning of the game. They're just like, nope, we're not doing that with you guys. Even after getting punched in the face on the opening drive. So that was a little surprising to me, just how easy the offense made it look.
I want to get to a couple super chats, and I'll kind of get into my thoughts after that. We thank everybody who jumps on board with a super chat. Also, if you want to support us, this is a great time to sign up for Buckeye Huddle, $4.99 for your first month. Don't go to eBay to buy game confetti that some jerk got from Party City and is lying to you or whatever. I promise you, every piece of confetti that I have, I picked up with my own hands. So, you can, and if you sign up for Buckeye Huddle, you can get into our confetti thread, get a chance to get some confetti from the game. Just a fantastic time. We're turning the page. Portal news, NFL entries, everything else that is going on. Oh, by the way, the recruiting machine really starts to crank up again, and maybe not so much for the class of 25, but it's going to crank up again. Don't think for a second, just because the season is over, that the excitement is over. Sunday, 12 p.m., Ohio Stadium, the celebration. And then some point down the line, we're going to have to go to D.C. Mr. Smith goes to Washington, and we're going to have to sit there and follow the Buckeyes to get their celebration, give a jersey to the president, and everything else. Dave K., thanks to your fams, pets, especially Mr. Business, Tony's cat, hockey teams, etc., for putting up with your rock and roll, globe-trotting lifestyles this playoff-uary. You the real MVP. Thank you, Dave K. It's been a lot. I'm playing hurt. I have had a cough and whatever since the Rose Bowl. I think I broke my toe, my big toe. I already broke my little toe. So I'm limping around. I mean, I am just a mess. Not getting home until Tuesday night. Wednesday, if Mark comes calling to record Skull Session Recruiting Podcast, he's going to get my answering machine because I'm going to sleep all day Wednesday unless something stupid happens. And then one more really quick from Chadwick Moran. Kevin can finally shave his playoff beard. Maybe. We'll see. I guess I'll put you down as not a fan of it. I mean, it is kind of, gnarly looking and everything else. But what if I, groom it a little better? Maybe I'll keep it. I'm not going to get the beard of one Mark J. Givler over there, but I'm working on it.
You got one thing I got to say real quick, because we're tracking the Fanatics orders, which, by the way, I guess I can probably put that link in the chat.
I'll put it in, but just keep putting it in there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Obviously, national championship gear already up on Fanatics. We have a link for you guys. I do think they're doing free shipping right now on orders of like
there's some percentage off.
So,
yeah, I mean, this is a great time to move on.
Yeah, so jump in there and get it. But like, I'm seeing the numbers come in of like just the traffic we've sent them, and it's staggering. So you guys are quick. There's a lot of national championship gear flying off the shelves already. You guys wait to like go to bed and get up in the morning and browse. No, you guys went right in there and got after it. So I appreciate that.
Not to toot my own horn, but how many days have I been saying we have got to promote the living bleep out of it? Because I know when LSU won 2019, we both have a friend that runs an LSU site, and he told me just the ridiculous amount of money that he made on all this. And the Ohio State fan base is better than the LSU fan base. So there's a lot going on out there. We also have an affiliate link for Homage and what they have there. And we also have a partnership, not really a partnership, but kind of an affiliate deal with Nico Sports, who is putting out a commemorative football. It's really great. I'm putting out another link for it on my Twitter account at 8 a.m. Eastern. Only 10,000 of these out there. Jump on board. They're beautiful. If we move enough of them, maybe we'll get one that will come back to us, and that'll be a giveaway over at Buckeye Huddle. I mean, I don't really collect memorabilia. I'll keep a little confetti, but not much. But, I want to be able to give this stuff back to our members. So we'll figure that out.
Yeah. We're going to partner with some of these places on some giveaways this off season. So, again, stay tuned to the website for that. We got hopefully some cool gifts coming that we'll do some contests this off season. And here's the funny part. I mean, the off season's going to be like 6 weeks. We're going to be at spring. It's going to be spring ball before you know it. I mean, maybe they'll push it back a little later this year's because of the championship game being so late. But I mean, the way they've been starting spring ball the last several years, we're like 6-7 weeks out from spring ball. So it's going to be, we're going to be back out there on the football field in no time.
I think what they may have to do, and I haven't talked to anybody about this, so this is just speculation, is normally they do like 2 practices, then have spring break, and then come back to it. I think realistically, maybe you just push it beyond spring break. I mean, everybody's in football shape. They've had, the early enrollees traveled. I mean, there's limitations as to what they can do and what they can't do. Get into your mat drills, do some of the conditioning work, and maybe push it back, because we're used to the spring game being like the second week of April. Maybe it slides to the third week of April. And let me tell you, coming off of a national championship, as long as it isn't 2 degrees, I think we're going to see a very robust crowd at Ohio Stadium. Just like on Sunday, we're going to see a robust crowd. 12 p.m. celebration. Parking is free. Attendance is free. A great chance to celebrate. I have a feeling that we may, and we haven't gotten details. We know the team is not flying back until tomorrow. There is a press conference at 9 a.m. We will cover it live here at Buckeye Huddle. Probably do a show in conjunction, maybe not the same link. We may have to break it up because of some technology limitations around here. Tom and Tony get on the road. I fly later in the day, but maybe, just maybe, we might have some coverage at the Woody when the team comes back with all the hardware. So be sure, if you're watching us on YouTube, which is by far our preferred outlet in terms of these shows, youtube.com/Buckeye Huddle, subscribe, hit the thumbs up, hit the bell. Don't miss a single bit of information. I do not have an itinerary. I've already put a request into Ohio State to get an ETA of when they will be back at Ohio Stadium. I have a feeling you'll get a little bit of a promotion there. They will tell you what's kind of happening there. So, yeah, my thoughts on the game, for a while, it was 31-15, and I picked 31-17, so I felt pretty smart for a change. Granted, Tony Gerdeman copied me and had the same number, that rat, what. But things got a little nervous, and I'm down in the digital media workroom, and I'm like, well, there's no way they're going to hit this inside straight of getting 3 2-point conversions. Well, they were starting to. And I think one of the biggest things I said was that Ohio State can't go into turtle mode. Well, Ohio State went into a little bit of turtle mode. And it's difficult because you're trying to sit on this lead. But what does prevent defense do? Prevents the win. And we kind of saw that. They took their foot off the accelerator a little bit until one alien known as Jerimiyah Smith, single coverage, makes the big play. Ohio State not able to punch it in, but gets the field goal, which was very critical at that point because we know that everybody was really nervous about where Jaden Fielding had been. And Ohio State puts it away. But what was your level of concern as things were kind of like plummeting toward the Rocky Gorge?
Yeah, I never got to like red alert, but it was getting orange there for a few minutes. Boy, that Ibuka fumble was kind of I don't say a killer. I mean, they won the game, but if he doesn't fumble there, I just think we're looking at probably a 3-score win for Ohio State, because at that point, the game's so far out of reach. I don't even know what Notre Dame does at that point to get back into it. It just totally gave them life, and there was just no way I could believe that they were going to actually lose that game. But yeah, it definitely wasn't as, people couldn't, start their post-game celebrations, at the 8-minute mark like we thought they might be able to. That's for sure.
Yeah. it looked like it was heading to a point of where it was going to be a rout. Some of my SEC friends, Notre Dame comes out, 18 play drive, 75 yards, 10 minutes essentially. Then Ohio State has its answer, and then Notre Dame gets shut down on its next drive. They're like, this is going to end up 41-7. And for a minute, I kind of thought that might be the case. There are a lot of times where Ohio State on that first drive runs into some issues. So I immediately went to the Oregon game in 2014, the national championship game. And they had a prolonged drive, but it was a little bit different. It was 75 yards. It was 11 plays, but it was 3 minutes because they came out there with Marcus Mariota, and it was, they were just running it as fast as they could. But one of the messages that kind of came out of that was, don't be concerned if that happens the first drive, because that's not sustainable. That, they're not going to be able to put those types of drives together. And I went to social media and said some things like that. And, of course, everybody was concerned and everything else. And that's fine. I mean, a lot of people are watching this with their heart. I mean, it's college football. I mean, it's not, this is not doing your taxes or something that you can be dispassionate about. I mean, you're fully invested. I mean, if not, we might be doing people's taxes. I don't know. But with that being said, it proved to be right. I heard the report that Riley Leonard went and emptied his guts in the trash can and everything else. And, thankfully, I was nowhere near the Notre Dame bench to see any of that. I was basically sitting way up of the end zone. It was still a great seat. I mean, again, people were paying $5 just to get in the door. So, I mean, I'm not here to complain. I'm not Tony, who argues and complains about free food. I'm not a monster like that. But Notre Dame really got, bogged down. And I haven't had a chance to break down the numbers and look at the quarterlies and everything else. I just have a final book in front of me. But Ohio State outgains Notre Dame by 137 yards. They outrush them 214-53. Ohio State, once again, can't get out of the way of penalties, 6 for 58 to Notre Dame's 3 for 30. First downs are pretty similar. Ohio State didn't have to try and convert a fourth down. Notre Dame was 3 of 4, which obviously is a little bit troubling. But, overall, the Stars showed up when they needed to. Yes, there are play here or play there they'd like to have back. 3rd and 19, the IGB interference. Will Howard airmails Carnell Tate by just a little bit on that what would have been just a walk in. I mean, would have been a touchdown. Just, he was already in the end zone at that point. But I watched the NFL playoffs this weekend. They were far from absolute. Matthew Stafford was crap. I mean, you know what? I would take a Will Howard kind of day where he was 13-13 to start the game. Granted, he's not going against an NFL caliber defense, but nobody's going to be automatic.
Yeah, a few missed opportunities out there that make this game so far out of reach. We never get to the stressful moments of those last 5 or 6 minutes. But at the end of the day, it's kind of the beauty of winning a championship. You don't have to have that autopsy of oh, they got to do better at this or they better fix this. Well, the season's they just won the national championship. The season's over. So it's kind of a win, however ugly it has to be. And it was pretty for 35 minutes, and then it just I mean, you expected Notre Dame at some point to kind of put up a fight, but just a few missed opportunities late, and it happens. And again, I think you look at this team and how it kind of differs from maybe some of the past couple teams. This team has had a real knack all year for just kind of being able to have that short memory, and whether it's a bad quarter, a bad drive, even a bad whole game, and sort of just turning the page and pushing through. And so it was kind of symbolic, I guess, that they were able to do that, again tonight when Notre Dame started to get close.
In the files of what have you done for me lately, we're already on to 2025. And I'm not getting on Terry Slusher about this. I'm laughing about it because it's a reality. I already tweeted about this. Texas, Ohio State is going to be a 1-2 matchup. whether it's Ohio State 1, Texas 2, or the other way around. What are the chances that it could be a night game? Well, I have a feeling that this might be, if Fox picks Ohio State, Michigan 1, this is probably going to be 2. And we know it's not an even Steven type of process the way this works. Fox pays more money, so Fox gets more first picks and, of picking weeks. I think the way that this could move is if you sit there and because, that's what, it's Labor Day weekend. If you move it to Friday night, if you move it to Sunday or something, but again, I don't know the particulars. I've not had an opportunity to talk to the few network people I still talk to at this point, but I think there is a very real chance it's a noon game. I don't say that with any sort of perverse, pleasure or anything like that. It's just the reality. That's where we live. And, the Big Ten has won the last 2 national championships, and Fox has put stuff in the noon window, and the trains are still running.
Yeah, it's kind of cool that, you come off the national championship, and then the very next game is going to be a top 3 or 4 matchup at least. May very well be 1 versus 2, but a top 3 matchup. Arch Manning's coming to the show.
It's crazy. Maybe
That's
this
going
is
to be an electric atmosphere.
We're already talking about the Texas game. I'm not going to do the math as to how many days, but I am going to beg and plead to let Tom just post this show with Mark and I as tomorrow morning so I can put my feet up. I'm sure they're going to rebroadcast this game in some variation or flavor all night on ESPN. There's no NFL coming up behind it in terms of tomorrow or anything else. And not have to deal with it. They've already closed the bar. The media bar is closed. All I have to show for it is a sun-kissed and a water, which is fine. I need to dry out. It's been a long trip. It has been a long trip. It's been an expensive trip. So, help us out there. Sign up for Buckeye Huddle, Super Chats, all of that certainly helps. There was a question. I have a couple starred right here, and I'm going to do them a little bit out of order, but I want to do what Mozart's Ghost has. Where does this defense rank all time? Which years were better? I have Caleb as the most impactful player this year. Defense plays different with him. Obviously the 1 year of Jeff Hafley, that was an amazing defense, but look at the personnel. But I think as we get the gift of, some distance and time from this one, we're going to be talking about certainly Caleb Downs. We're going to be talking about Jack and JT and Cody and it's just going to go on and on and on. I don't know if I've had enough time to do a real deep dive into where I think it is. This defense has been nasty. There are going to be the haters that are going to point out it gave up 32 to Oregon, but that was just kind of a fluky type of game. It just, stuff happens. Ohio State was kind of its own worst enemy. Quinshon had a fumble. There was that weird onside kick. It was not a straight up clean game. So you cannot just pick and choose. Like, I recognize these scores, but these 14 points, they didn't happen because I don't like the way that they happen. That's just not how it works.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I'm not taking it over the 0-2 defense. I think 2019 had top to bottom a little more star power. And then there's 98 was really good.
That was an amazing team.
I think it's probably somewhere around, I would say maybe the 4th best defense for me of maybe the past.
But
35 years.
I was going to say, and that's the thing is there are eras, and eras aren't every 20 years or 40 years or whatever. The game has changed so much. It has changed just in the 2000s. I think that there are multiple eras that you can sit there and have. And if you get back to 98, I don't want to think about the fact that we're talking about more than 25 years ago. I had been out of college for several years at that point, but the game changes. You could certainly go back and look at some of Woody's teams and, it's not necessarily going to translate well. So, it's not baseball where you have the dead ball era and you have the live ball era. You've got two eras. Yeah, that's just not realistic.
It's harder to play defense now. It's harder to play defense now than it was in '98 or even in 2002. The rules are skewed toward the offense more so than they've ever been. So I acknowledge that. It's a great defense this year, and I think more than anything, certainly more than '98, when the defense really needed to come up big, it did. It really pretty much every game except maybe Oregon, you could argue. But like even the Michigan game, the defense, I thought Jack Sawyer's interception was going to be this like iconic, thing, and it didn't happen because of the offense that day. And
he got his moment, though. Moment.
He did. Yes, justice prevailed. But yeah, it's a great defense. It is hard for me to kind of certainly again, it's for me, it's easily in the top 5 that I've seen at Ohio State. Would I have it over 02 or 19? 02 was so good. You had talent at all 3 levels, and you had a team that for most of the year, the offense just put them in bad position. They really had to win almost every game that year, especially once Claret started having the stinger issues. Like that was every week that defense had to go in and be like, we really can't give up more than 10 or 13 points or we're going to lose. And so that defense had so much pressure on it that year. And then what they did to Miami in the championship game.
They did stuff to Ken Dorsey that nobody had done.
Yeah, but yeah, this will be one that they talk about, this defense and just the playmakers on it, and some of the most iconic, certainly some of the most iconic defensive plays in Ohio State history were made by this defense. So it's always a fun debate. But yeah, it's gonna be fun to kind of try and see how history kind of remembers this team. But what I also find interesting about this team is every other year Ohio State would seem to win. It wasn't supposed to win. It's kind of the way it's worked. And then there's been so many years Ohio State was supposed to win and it hasn't. And this year, even though it was a total mess and roller coaster, the way it got there is probably the first year I can, certainly in my lifetime, where Ohio State, was started the year as, a really good bet for the national championship and then finished the deal because the other two were kind of out of left field.
Does a defense get dinged a little bit in the perception when there isn't as big of a variance? You talked about 2002. The defense was at this level and the offense was largely pedestrian once Claret kind of got dinged up. Yes, Holy Buckeye, Chris Gamble doing some things. All of that's there. I'm not crapping on that offense. But with Ohio State having a high-powered offense here in this 24 season, does that cheapen maybe some of the exploits? Because, again, you're looking at Ohio State, who was a top 10 scoring offense in the season.
No, I don't think it cheapens it because certainly this defense got more help than that 02 team. And, that is something you have to take into consideration. But, you're also talking about things where, oftentimes teams are playing from behind. And so that's when stats can get padded on you when teams are throwing so much because they're behind and they can't kind of stick with the run game. And that's how you give up some late touchdowns and things can skew things the other way for you. So I don't think the quality of this offense takes away from this defense. I just don't. I think, especially like if you look at some of the bigger games where the offense really didn't, like Michigan and Penn State, and even I would argue Texas, like the offense,
Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska, like the offense didn't carry.
But I mean, that offense was non-existent.
Yeah, like they had weeks this year where the defense still had to, really buckle down. So I don't think that's it for me. I just think there was something about 0-2. It was just so dominant. But again, different eras. Like I said, I think this year's defense obviously is playing in tougher conditions in terms of how the rules are skewed toward off. I don't know how you really play defense anymore with targeting and just the way the rules are written, the way the rules are enforced. It's so hard to play defense these days. And so I give the guys these great defenses now that we see, I give them a lot of respect because of how hard it is to play defense in this era.
And a common thread, and it's not exactly fair, but I'm still going to say it. 2002, Will Smith. 2024, Will Smith Jr., though he's not really playing yet. But there's a common thread because as writers, we love to be able to close the loop. I've seen some questions about recruiting, and and Montana 808 Beats and Doug Shepard. I've got two. Each of you have a question that I'm going to get us to here, but I think a lot of times people will sit there and say that there should be like this immediate influx on recruiting. Now things are different because it used to be you play your national championship on the first and the old bowl system, or around now in the BCS system, and you still have 2 weeks before the only signing day. Now there's an early signing day. It kind of takes things there, but I'll make the argument that this may be more impactful for 27 than 26 because of the way things are. And I'll throw it to you to explain, because we've had on Southern Swing, there's not a whole lot to talk about sometimes. So we've had these conversations at length.
Yeah, it generally skips a year. So, and not that 26 isn't like they're in really good shape in 26 to have a great class. It's not that. But generally, you get that big bump for like the following cycle. So that in this case, it'd be 27, because 26, so many relationships have already been forged. 27s are just kind of getting started with that. They've already got 2 potential 5 stars with Jameer Brown and Brady Edmonds. But it just, because the 26s are these guys are going to be taking official visits in like 4 months, 3 months. So, it's not just going to all of a sudden switch. Like the hay isn't in the barn, but like the relationships have been established there for a long time already. And so it's delayed a little bit. And I think 27, I think you're right. I think 27 will be the national championship bump. But it's going to be a fun ride. Get too much into next year already would be a little silly, but I've seen some kind of concern of, they're losing this, they're losing that. And yeah, look, they're going to lose a lot of people, but their best player on offense and their best player on are both bad. Like Caleb Downs and Jerimiyah Smith, that's quite a start for
club control.
You want to build a roster, that's quite a start.
Yeah. And it's going to be interesting. I think I'm predicting, and this has been asked, and I'm not ready to answer it. And I don't predict transfers. You can't unring a bell. If I sit there and say, I think a kid's going to transfer, just like I don't want to put a kid in, giving up his eligibility. It's just not a great situation. I know the lines are getting blurred more now that they're getting paid. It also used to be, it's not going to do that to a kid or whatever, just a true amateur. Well, are they true amateurs anymore? But I think we're going to see a couple of guys who leave. I mean, and that was a thing after 14. They were all sophomores and They couldn't leave. And they all kind of were busy doing their own thing in 15. And that 15 team was ridiculously talented, but they couldn't focus their energy at some points. And, then we had the Michigan State game.
That 15 team wins it all in this format.
Yeah.
Because they get in. And then there's only you get the guys for like, look, you got this 3-week run, and and that's that. And so that I feel validated here because I keep saying, like, the expanded playoff, nothing could be better for Ohio State. They're now going to go from being in the playoffs like every other year to being in the playoffs every year. And yeah, you're going to have to win a couple more games, but like everyone's got that, everyone's got to, it's not like, Alabama doesn't have to win 3 or 4 games if they get in. I mean, everyone's going to have to do it. And just the more opportunities you get at it, the more you're going to win. It's just the way it's going to work. And so I think the expanded playoff is one of the best things that could have happened to Ohio State. It puts them in the playoffs almost like what years would they have not made the playoffs?
They would have been in the playoffs every year.
Every year for like the last 15 years, they would have been in the playoffs.
Yeah, they went through and they showed, at least during the CFP era, the 4-team era, Ohio State would have made it every year. I think they went through like the BCS. I mean, obviously you had 11, which was kind of the fluky, bad, the transitional year, and then 12, they couldn't go to the postseason, and just not going to talk about that one. This is an uplifting show. This is a positive show. We're not going to go there, but yeah, Ohio State's going to go there, and I want to sit there, and they need to have like a choke button on Twitter, because when people sit there and talk about how crappy the first round games were and blah, 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 and there really were only 6 teams worth a damn or whatever. If you want to advocate for less football, GTFO. I mean, that's just what I have to say. If you want less football, then maybe you're not a football fan. Maybe you're not built for this. I don't think anybody who's up at 2:53 in the morning Eastern time, which is over 1,000 people with us right now, wants less football. The people who want less football, why don't you just go try HGTV or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, I said the same thing, last or 2 weeks ago or whatever. I'm like, watch the NFL. There's going to be blowouts in the NFL, and sure enough, like none of the first round games in the NFL were competitive. It's just you can't force games to be close. And like even like you look at some of the other sports like the NBA or the NHL with a 7-game series, you may have a series go 6 or 7 games, but none of the individual games are competitive. Like you may have like a 6 or 7 game series where every game is someone is blowing someone else out. Like there is no guarantee these games are ever going to be competitive at any level when you get to the playoffs. It's the nature of like playoff pressure and intensity. And it just like you can't manufacture it. You can't manufacture close games. You can't rig it. It's impossible. So you're going to have these, but you're going to have great football too. And
right.
I kind of like.
There were some great games. I mean, the highlight video. Put that on iTunes, or whatever, the Apple Store. Put that everywhere because people are going to want to watch it. It was a remarkable season. Ohio State accomplishing just things that nobody ever thought would be the case, and just to look at Ohio State, just the names on the front of the jerseys that Ohio State had to go through in the playoff: Tennessee, Oregon, Texas, and Notre Dame. There's no. It's going to take an extreme hater to really try and sit there and say, that wasn't really all that impressive or whatever. And I said at some other point, I think on the pregame show, okay, maybe Tennessee wasn't all that this year, but I saw a lot of people pick Tennessee over Ohio State. Granted, the last vision, and Montana, I promise we're getting to your question. The last vision we had was the Michigan game. So I ain't even mad. I don't really care what people say, but I ain't even mad that people were doubting Ohio State. And I think it was the doubt. I think it was the attempted flag plant. I think all of that just snapped them out of whatever the hell it was that was going on. And whether or not, again, I'm keep it positive, but whether or not it was a coaching issue or it was a focus issue or a combination or neither. I mean, Ohio State finally put the pieces together at the right time. And while there are going to be a lot of people who are going to say 34-23 was far from a fully operational battle station, I mean, Ohio State took care of business, and outside of that first drive, never really looked back.
Yep.
Montana 808 beats. Will Howard stock just jumped from second, third round to early second to late mid first. The accuracy and poise and leadership showed. I'm not in draft mode yet. I love the NFL draft. Mark and I cover the NFL scouting combine. This is, there is a lot of love for this. And we will have shows leading up talking about Ohio State draft prospects. If it came to a leadership, poise under pressure type of situation, yeah, you've got to have Will Howard up a lot higher. I think Will Howard has some physical limitations. I think in terms of arm talent, maybe Kyle McCord has a little bit more arm talent, but I think that there's more chutzpah when it comes to what Will Howard is able to do. It is such a crap quarterback draft. It is such a crappy quarterback draft. I mean, Jalen Milroe, like third in the class, he can't throw. He can throw a deep ball and he can run. That's all he can do. Will Howard, we have seen plenty of 80% games out of him. He was 81% in this game, 17 of 21, started off 13 of 13. It's really easy, I think, to want to push Will Howard up higher. But I think once you get all of the NFL weenies in on this, they will pick him apart. And, I don't know where he will fall to, but I think that he did show a lot during this playoff run.
Yeah, I think he helped himself quite a bit here the last month. At the end of the day, it is one of those drafts where I don't think I think there's going to be a wide variety of opinions from like NFL people on the quarterbacks. I don't think there's going to be much of an established pecking order. So in that sense, all it takes is like one team to kind of like fall in love with him. And he'll do well in the interviews, and his mid-range accuracy was very good this year. Like there are some things there, but ultimately I tend to think he's probably a middle of the draft guy. And I think he's played his way. I think he played his way from like late round bubble to like firmly in the middle of the draft. That's my thought on it. Now we'll see. We'll see what the NFL people are saying here over the next several weeks. It will be kind of an interesting pro day workout. CJ Stroud's was just so good a few years ago. I don't know how Howard's gonna be able to duplicate that, but it will be interesting to kind of see how he looks in that. I just think there are some limitations in terms of his arm strength. And so we'll see. I mean, he's got intangibles, he's got size. And again, his mid-range accuracy, I think, greatly improved this year from when he was at Kansas State.
I mean, before the playoff run, I had him mid to late day 3, and I think I tend to overinflate Ohio State players a little bit. You cover these guys, you talk to them a lot on the record, off the record. You want to see them do well. I think he's got himself to late day 2, like really late day 2, end of the 3rd round, maybe the 4th round. But I've seen plenty of first-round quarterback busts, and I've seen plenty of quarterbacks later in the draft. And I'm not going to talk about TB12 or anybody like that. I mean, that's where everybody goes. That's the freaking blueprint. TB12, remember this, and he showed up in his underwear and blah, 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 blah. Ain't gonna get into all of that, but that's how I feel there. I had one more. I had one from Doug Shepard that I wanted to get to. So if there is a revenue sharing, will the players get a cut of the playoff money? $5,000 tickets would equate to a nice bump. Face value on the tickets was like between $530 and like $900. I think that club was over $1,000. $5,000 tickets is secondary market, so that doesn't necessarily change. I think all of those numbers were kind of already baked into the equation of what's there. I mean, obviously there was a lot of talk about Notre Dame getting its whatever its postseason is $20 million, not being in a conference, not having to share it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to find lots of avenues for players to be able to get money, but I wanted to be sure to jump in and say that the $5,000 tickets, that's not what it says on the ticket. That's not the money that is going to the kitty or anything like that. That's the money that is going to the person putting it on the market. That's what's going to, however that is set up. So 2 very different things. I'm going to scroll down a little bit more because those were the 3 questions that I saw at one point. Asian Posh Doreen, our favorite band mom. Y'all still live. Hi, Kevin and Mark. Hello, Doreen. Wow, what an evening. If I remember right, you were at the game. I think I saw you posting that on social. Kind of, crazy run, and you will have the memory of the final band performance for your child being a game where Ohio State won the national championship. So you will remember that forever. They will remember that forever. I mean, I can't think of a better outcome. So I'm just thrilled for you on that. But yeah, stay warm. It is cold. It is cold in Atlanta.
It's colder here. It's 3 degrees.
I saw my
-9 tomorrow.
Oh Jesus. I hope that my garage door opens. I hope it doesn't freeze to the ground because I don't know how the hell else I'm getting in my house. I might have to move in with Steve Hellwagon for a day or something like that. He's driving me back from the airport. That's just crazy. Better warm up by Sunday. That's all I'm saying. Better warm up by Sunday. I'm scrolling down here a little bit. -8 real feel right now. I mean, just come on, man. Whatever, the Alberta Clipper can bite my butt. I mean, seriously, it's just awful. Doreen saying, indeed, we will. I mean, that just, there's so many great stories. And as we close in on the 4-hour mark, and I don't know how far we want to take this. It's 3 in the morning. It's 4 after 3. At some point, they're diminishing returns. I know everybody's going to want to talk about this forever. I've got a press conference in less than 6 hours. So Tom's going to come back here and is like, let's record a morning show. And I'm going to say, we already did. Mark and I did it. And that's that. But what are you going to remember most about this postseason run? What is going to be that indelible memory? And I know it's really unfair to ask it. I mean, you're still in the moment, and I'm not saying that it's like, oh, I'm just still peace, love, dope or whatever, but nobody's had time to reflect upon it.
Probably just the way the defense finally all clicked, especially that defensive line. Just kind of the realization of the potential that I think everyone knew that defensive line had. I think that's it for me. Jack and JT took a lot of criticism over the years, and they were 5-star guys, and at times didn't play like it, and the fans certainly let them know that. And just them kind of realizing their potential here down the stretch and showing everyone, the type of football they can play. I think they both really helped themselves for the NFL.
Yeah, I think I'm going to remember how this team just willed themselves to success, whether or not it was coming right out of the gate and obliterating teams like Tennessee and Oregon, or having to be a little bit more workmanlike against Texas and Notre Dame. Big players made big games. While there were some mistakes along the way, they were limited. They played a lot cleaner than they did before. I feel that a lot of the constraints were taken off of the team in certain regards. And we are going to hear more as time goes on about this players meeting. And, I think some of it just is going to stay in-house. I mean, you sit there and have tough conversations with your family about something, and we're not broadcasting it to the world. But I think we're going to learn more about that. And it would have been very easy for Ohio State to fold. It would have been very easy for that to happen. And we're having a very different discussion at that point. Ryan Day, I'm not sure here on January 21st, as it is the 21st, I'm not sure if he is the head coach of Ohio State at this point. And I saw the tweet from Ross Dellinger of Yahoo after he talked to Ross Bjork. And, Ross Bjork was very critical of the people that made stuff personal and everything else. And he reiterated that Ohio State has the best coach in America. There's just so much there. I think that we will have to revisit this even in a week. Let Tom, Tony, myself get off the road. Let us all have a minute to see level ground. But this is going to be one I'm not going to soon forget until I get a little bit older and forget everything. But we're at 3:59, so let me do one final search. Are you okay with us kind of calling this at 4 hours? You want to keep rolling? I got more energy in me. I got more sun-kissed, but again, I've got a press conference at 9. Let me look. I got a message from Jerry. All right. I will send that. I would say if I were a betting person to look on the YouTube machine, youtube.com/Buckeye Huddle, around 12:45 p.m., maybe a little earlier, maybe a little later. You catching my drift, Mark? That seems to be the prevailing thought there. So the Buckeyes are not screwing around after their 9 o'clock presser, going to Hartsfield, maybe getting some chili dogs and some onion rings from the varsity over there, and getting home and hitting the books and the mats for mat drills. So Doug Shepard Sr. saying, we need to let these guys get some sleep. I'm checking out, fellas. Go to bed. So here. I second that. Do I have a quorum? Do I have unanimous consent to that?
I mean, if the arrival in Columbus is on me, so
yeah, but you got a couple hours later than
I do, but I have a 3-year-old, so there's only I'm only allowed to sleep so much.
I get it. So maybe we should call it. But I want to thank everybody out there for this edition of Buckeyes Tomorrow Morning. As we knocked it out, Ohio State, your Ohio State Buckeyes, national champions, 2024. I have a feeling we're going to have a couple more shows tomorrow, including Mark being out at the Woody, us wrapping up the 9 a.m. presser. Once Tom and Tony get on the road, I'll probably do a show of my own, another Big Me kickoff. So much going on. Let's hit the laundry list. Buckeye Huddle, $4.99 for your first month. This is the time to do it. Get your confetti, get all of the celebration stuff going on there. $4.99 for your first month. So much going on. I promise you'll love it. All the coverage that we have there. The Huddle Board brought to you by Jeff Ruby's Steakhouse of Columbus. All of that going on. That's all great. I want to thank our friends at Grateful Griddle for their sponsorship during this bowl run. Couldn't have done it without them. So thank you to them. I don't have the ad read on that one, so I've been just kind of faking it until I make it. Be sure to check out.
I can give you that one. I can read that one for you.
Yeah.
Grateful Griddle. It's here to take your events to the next level, whether it's a wedding, corporate event, or birthday party. Their Columbus food truck catering serves up mouthwatering smash burgers, customizable menus, and unbeatable service. GratefulGriddleOH.com, and let them handle the flavor while you enjoy the fun. Super Bowl's coming up, graduation parties. Great, get the food truck out there. You don't have to clean up the kitchen. They handle cleanup, obviously, and everyone gets some tasty burgers and some fresh cut fries. And, again, no cleanup afterwards. So, again, with Super Bowls Sunday, not too far off, and with graduation parties coming up this spring, great time to check those guys out at GratefulGriddleOH.com.
Last question we'll get to, but let me get through the rest of our reads. We'll get to yours, Ray Rags, and then we're calling it a night, a morning, if you will. Be sure to check out our affiliate link for Fanatics. Get all of your Ohio State National Championship gear. Check out our affiliate link with Homage as well. Check out my Twitter, Kevin_Noon in the morning to figure out how you can get the great football from Nico Sports. It is going to be a great keepsake. I think all of that's there. We're going to have a great promotion coming up with Wager Wire. I don't really have the deets on that one yet. That's coming probably in the next 48 hours or so. Just so many opportunities for us to kind of give back to our membership. This is just a big dysfunctional Buckeye family. We love you all. You love us. Let's just, come on over to Buckeye Huddle. Last question, though. Ray Rags asked it 3 times and was like, damn it, please answer the question. So y'all expect a 17 type class for 27. I think our 26 class will be star-studded. We're going to get loads of 5-stars in the boat this summer. Y'all will see. 27 already, and Mark's the recruiting guy, so I'm only going to say a little bit. I'm going to throw it to him, and then we're going to call it. They're already, shaping up well, but I'm going to sit there and say it is a long ways away. I think the best news is Ohio State did not get any commitments during the championship game because none of those kids ever stick.
Yeah, that was good news. Look, 26 will be good. They've recruited well every year under Ryan Day and back through Urban Meyer. So I don't think 26 is going to be like a down year or anything. I think 26 will be another very strong class. I just think if you're looking for that like national championship bump, it's more likely to happen in 27, where they've already got 2 5-stars committed. So that's shaping up to be really special. And I expect 26 will be very good as well.
So there you go. Ray Rags, we got to you. You asked, we delivered, we win. Undefeated once again. Buckeye Huddle, great show. We can't do it without you guys. 971 obsessed Ohio State fans still with us at 3:13 in the morning, and we could probably go for 2-3 more hours, but we all need to get some sleep. So Buckeye Dreams, everybody out there, I want to thank Mark Givler for joining me for this portion of the show. Whether or not we call it a Buckeyes tomorrow morning or not remains to be seen. I want to thank Tom Orr, Tony Gerdeman for carrying that part of the show. I also want to thank Devin Ratcliffe, Mickey Pettit, Garrett Seawright. I want to thank everybody who was involved in this entire show. Our producer, Shed, who handles the things that I can't handle because I'm on the scene. This is a team effort. This is all part of Buckeye Huddle. This is the reason you support us. This is the reason you should follow us. It's great. But before I get any more amped up, I'm going to call it a night. Thanks for watching us, and we will talk to you a lot later today.